Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Joining me in studio is our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
And joining us on the big screen with that green shirt he's got on today, our senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, South Florida. It is a glorious day on the island, and I expect some good things today.
He looks like he's on an island, doesn't he?
He does.
He does. He's got the island shirt. He's got the necklace. He's got the palm tree behind him with the.
Got the whole vibe going.
It's a vibe for sure. Good morning, chat. Of course, we got Engineer Bear. There's the first one in there. Him and Paulie. We got Grad T Trading. We got My Serona. We got Edward. We got Juan. We got Trader Nautilus. We got Rally. We got Alok. We got Leo the Tiger. We got Cooper. We've got JD Florida Man. We got my boy Rob from Trading Poker, Kenshin. Good morning, everybody. Tuesday morning. A little bit of headlines overnight. Shai, maybe walk us through that first. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, let's talk about, we did see a little bit of softness overnight. This was due to, we have the India-U.S. trade interim deal. Prospects have kind of dimmed. As you remember, Trump threatened a 26% tariff on Indian imports, but paused to allow for talks. It looks like they're not going to make the August 1st deadline. Trump is now targeting loopholes that risk 70% of China's exports to the U.S., and these loopholes being that third party or third country exports, meaning, China's kind of increasingly relied on third countries to kind of finish their parts and then send them to the U.S. And so the Trump administration is targeting those, called transshipment. We also had GM that reported before the bell. What's interesting about this is that they did beat expectations, and but they came in with a $1.1 billion loss. And that said, that beat expectations. What was interesting is that even though it was a beat, we didn't see GM rally. In fact, it fell 5% in pre-market. And so we had JP Morgan kind of coming on and saying, of course, we're going to see beats, but that doesn't really tell us a huge amount of where we are going forward. That's where we're spending our energy on this earnings season, trying to gauge where the hit from tariffs will come through. And so we are seeing companies, or at least GM, getting hits from tariff costs. Then we also had U.S. Container volumes weaken in a reversal amid tariff turmoil, meaning for the second month in a row, we've seen imports decline. Container volume fell 7.9% in June, and they said that's due to tariffs, and unfortunately, there's nothing at present that suggests this is going to be a short-lived situation. So we are starting to see in the data some of these tariffs come through. I know everybody's kind of been waiting for it, but some individual data points, we are seeing this come through.
Yeah, I mean, what comes to mind when I hear about the GM situation is we talked about how earnings had low expectations pretty much across the board. And let's again face it, that's smart on all these companies' parts, because we didn't know what was going to happen with tariffs. And we didn't know, like I said, we could have been at lows right now for the year, but instead we're at highs. So that sets the stage for if they beat, it looks like everything's great. But if you beat with future potential to be lower because of tariffs, what does that do to prices? Now, GM, to me, is not going to be a reflection of what you're probably going to see in tech stocks. Which, right. Again, we talked about this yesterday, with David. It's like, we're in this market right now is just focused again on the big names. And that's been really the same since I started. I remember when I first started on the trading floor, I remember Gary Levy used to tell me, just watch IBM or, just watch certain things. That's really kind of always been the case. But again, when you get near market highs, it just gets interesting to see if, for the S&P 500 at least, if you start to have some of these things happen internally, what does that do to the tape? Regardless kind of what happens in tech, does that create a choppy tape? What kind of environment is it? So I think these earnings are going to be important. I'm glad that they're in the middle of summer, actually, because let's face it, let's get through this next week and a half, really, end of July, August. I think we forget about that. We're still middle of summer. And it'll be interesting to see what how the tape digests what comes of the next couple of weeks. Also, again, no clarity in tariffs. I mean, look at
all.
it all, right? And so, not making the August 1st deadline, is that a surprise? No. I mean, I don't think anyone thought of that. So, again, you see a tape overnight that had a slight bit of a rotation. It's actually S&P's back to turning green. I don't think it's
Besson's on the wire right now talking about a China trade deal. We're meeting with them next Monday and Tuesday. And so when he started talking about that, that's when we kind of saw a little bit of a turnaround in the S&P.
Besson, he's been talking a lot lately for a guy who doesn't talk much.
I know, right?
Yeah. So S&P up 3.25 points, NASDAQ down 6.5 right now, Russell's up $3, Dow down 21. You got natural gas down 2% again today. Heating oil down 2%. Crude oil down 1%. Crude oil's back to 65. What's going on in energy?
Yeah. So what's going on in energy right now is everybody is back to worrying about tariffs right now, particularly between the U.S. and the EU. Everybody's thinking this is going to be a drag on the economy, and tariffs are going to be higher than expected, and that that's obviously going to affect energy as a whole.
Yeah, and then you got gold right now, which is down $4, which is nothing really. Gold in the stellar rally yesterday, sitting at 34.03. We got copper sitting at 566. Copper looks good on the charts. I'm going to talk to Jimmy about that. Silver 39.23, creeping back up on the highs back from just maybe a week or so ago. Silver just looks like it's in range of expansion. You got platinum down $26 today. So we continue to see this rotation in metals, and we see again, gold stays relatively bid. It's kind of the middle one. We know it's basically the S&P 500 of metals, right? And then you've got platinum had its day, and now it looks like silver might have its day. Is there anything kind of going on in the backdrop of silver right now?
So no, nothing. Nothing really has changed. Silver is kind of a volatile trade. Holding over 39 is very impressive. That leaves the door open to 40 and higher, which I can definitely see by next year. I could see 50, but we'll take it one step at a time. But that still hasn't fundamentally changed as far as the supply deficit problem that's been ongoing in this market.
Yeah, and metal's still, to me, the real primary trend in the marketplace. And I know that everyone's going to say, well, what about stocks? Well, I think stocks definitely, because of what happened earlier in the year, it'll be interesting to see how stocks end the year. But let's face it, gold, platinum, those are really the stories of the bull markets this year. And we'll see what stocks end up doing. I'm not bearish stocks by any stretch at this point. We'll get into that later. But again, those markets continue to trend and stay in trend. And there's little rotations between the precious metals, but they are the market that's where if you bought the dip above everything else, that's the market that's paid the most.
Yeah.
So there's that. Jimmy, let's go to you. Bond market overnight. Down slightly, had a little bit of a bid yesterday. Remember we talked about this yesterday. 30-year was up a full point, slowly pulled back a little bit today. Front end of the curve down modestly, 10 years at 4.37. Also a little bit of dollar weakness against euro, against yen, against Swissy, against Bitcoin. Bitcoin's up a little bit today. Not my ETH though; it's just down a little bit, but that's okay. Jimmy, what'd you see overnight?
Well, the interesting thing on a daily, if you pull up a daily candle in the 30-year Treasury bonds, it's right now we have pretty much a doji-like looking candle, an inside bar by all measures, by the body of the candle, by the wicks of the candle. And that's a relatively rare phenomenon, believe it or not, on a daily chart in a 30-year Treasury bonds. So there's some potential here. It could be a nothing burger today. I don't know, but there's some potential here today. The cash yields are still just slightly south of that 5%. Right now, it seems to be the happy place for this yields for this market. And we're right below an anchored VWAP that I've had planted for a while right now. So it's, we're in an area now where there just seems to be a lot of price happiness, a lot of moving averages. Everything is right here. And what that tells me is, hey, there's going to be some movements here one way or the other soon. This is coiling, as Tracy would say, this is kind of coiling tight today. So we'll see if we get a breakout one way or the other on the 30-year Treasury bonds.
Yeah, Jimmy, you anchored the VWAP to that one day. I remember that day pretty clearly. I mean, that was the day that you said, look at this high that had happened, and it was like a doji candle or something. I could see it up there on the chart. I remember that was not too far off the lows. Maybe it was a couple weeks after that low has made. And so we're back to that point because that was that big V bottom rally, and we're back to this point. So I think this point right now is pretty critical in the bonds.
Yeah, no, I agree as well. I agree as well. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts, obviously, with respect to our friends at the FOMC and our other friends on Capitol Hill, which this market seems to be more sensitive to than it should be, but it is.
Yeah. Shai, yesterday with David, we talked a little bit about the bond market. We talked about the Russell. I want to kind of go back to the Russell a little bit again. I want to talk about this disconnect a little bit because, to me, I think it was one of those things where, you know how you go home after a conversation. The morning guests have been fantastic, and you kind of digest what's been happening, and it's so interesting to me, like how much David got me thinking about like what's happening kind of within the indexes and the small caps versus what's happening in the major indexes. I'm just curious what kind of your thoughts were coming out of that yesterday.
I thought it was very interesting because he pointed out that perhaps the Russell, might be kind of private equity is kind of taking over the Russell
Exactly.
a little bit as far as importance is concerned. But within the index itself, he is bullish certain sectors, industrials and consumer staples. And so, that is very interesting to me, and that, is opportunity within the index if, even though the index as a whole is perhaps lagging.
I agree, because that's where I think, I'm glad that you went there, because that's to me where I start to think about the actual sectors within the Russell is going to be more about what we look at for the U.S. economy. Because remember, we used to say the Russell 2000, that's the true representation of the U.S. markets, the U.S. economy, right? We know the S&P 500 is what it is. That's the center of the universe in terms of stocks. But I think that because David really got me thinking about how that's changed, and it's really now those sectors within there and how that represents it. And so I know a lot of people will look at the divergences that are happening, and I just think that he's got me thinking that they just don't matter as much anymore. Remember, I talked about it yesterday. I grew up on the Dow theory, right?
Right.
We talked about transports all the time. Like, watch what's happening within all these markets. Nobody talks about transports anymore. Nobody does, right? And I'm not saying that no one needs to talk about the Russell, but I think that when you look at them from an independent standpoint, each of the indexes, the S&P 500 and NASDAQ can still have continued all-time highs without the Russell participating. I think that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to get back into energy just a little bit because crude oil, again, Shai, natural gas down 2.25%, crude oil. And this is isn't this a seasonality time where crude oil typically is doing pretty well in summer? I'm curious what oil cannot hold a rally, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think a lot of that has to do with sentiment. And we've talked about this before, because if we look at, global floating storage, that's down again. This has come off of the highs of, the beginning of the year. So we're draining storage. Stockpiles are tight in the U.S., globally. The fundamentals are all there. It's really everybody still thinking that tariffs are going to destroy economies and we're not going to use energy, to be honest. So this is really all sentiment based. It'll be interesting to see what we do in the 65 area, because it's been bid under in that 65 to 66 range, only because that's kind of where Energy Secretary Wright has basically said that it needs to be for U.S. shale companies to continue to produce and not have to take offline production or not spend CapEx to do further production.
It goes back to you need higher prices now to have lower prices later. We've talked about that a lot. And that story continues to get interesting here for the future of crude oil prices. Let's get into any data before we get to the Edge report.
Yep, quickly, we have 8:55. We have Red Book at 9:30. Fed Chair Powell speaks. I just want to reiterate that he is speaking at a bank convention. It is FOMC blackout period right now, so he is not allowed to talk about anything about monetary policy. So it's nothing traders need to worry about today. He will not be discussing the economy whatsoever. 10, we have Richmond Manufacturing Services Index, and at 1, M2 money supply. So nothing that is going to move the markets today.
Got it. Somebody in chat saying he's 8:30 instead of 9:30. Can you confirm that's 8:30 or 9:30? We'll confirm it in chat, everybody.
I'll confirm it in chat. But again, it's the FOMC blackout period.
Got
he
it.
cannot discuss anything about the economy or monetary policy or what the Fed is thinking.
Got it. Last thing, let's quick preview of our guests. We got Zack coming on right after the Edge report.
We have Zack Abraham, who is principal and CIO of Bulwark Capital Management. He also has a podcast called Know Your Risk Radio, so really excited to talk to him about markets. I've been on his podcast before. We've talked about energy a lot, but I just want his views overall on markets, the bond markets, and where he thinks things are headed.
Perfect. I can't wait to meet with him and chat with him. All right, everybody, it's about that time. It's this morning's Edge report. Take it away, Jimmy.
Well, let's start with Dr. Copper. Deli called it out this morning here. This is this huge tariff candle that we saw, and we didn't give a lot back. As a matter of fact, today we're still pushing up here. This is the third day in a row where we're pushing up. We broke out of this triangle formation. I don't know if it's ascending, descending, or maybe symmetrical, but we broke out to the upside right now. And right now we're really close to overtaking the previous high close that we saw on tariff day. That was July 8th. So this is a market on the move. Moving averages are just moving up. Stochastics are slowly starting to inch up even further. Looking at an intraday chart, we're making new highs from yesterday, as we know, trading well above that. And we do have some levels here. We have an R1 level right now at 5.685. Above that, R2. Then really the big level here is JAX1 at 5.750. And Menthor Q's one-day max at 5.77 for the bulls. For the bears, we have all sorts of areas of interest. We have a JAX2 at 5.65. We have a 0 DTE high vol level at 5.63. And then JAX3, S1, all the way down to probably an interesting target on the downside, which is JAX4 at 5.55, which is below the previous session's lows. But right now, this is looking rather bullish to me. Let's stick on the metals for a second here, and let's shoot over to silver market. Silver market's also pretty interesting. There's a little red on the silver market board, but don't focus too much on that. Look at where we're at. Yesterday, we had a high close. We closed, this was the previous high close, not all-time high, but a recent high from the 11th. We closed higher yesterday, and today we're just sticking at the top here. We're not giving anything back. We're not anywhere near the piercing line, even from a wick point of view of the previous candle. All the moving averages are moving nicely. And, Dan Graham's told us out loud last week, look for that 40 level. Tracy said the same thing. We're getting close to 40. I think it's inevitable, just like Thanos. I don't know. But 40 seems to be psychologically important as well. Let's just go to an intraday chart here. Again, we're a little double top going here if you use your imagination, but this is looking pretty strong. Previous session's highs is the next step up, and then you got that JAX1 level at 39.50, which could be an important shorter-term target for the bulls. For the bears, I'd look at that 0 DTE put support level right where the pivot is as well, and that's 38.995. And there's other targets below there as well. But real symmetrical volume profile so far with a nice point of control at 39.16. So for those traders that revert to the mean, there's a target there as well. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin here. This is, we've been looking a lot at these cryptos. This is also an interesting market. It's green, so is Solana. Ether's a little bit down, and XRP, my new favorite, is a little bit down. But look at this. I mean, we're right up against this area of resistance here. This is around $120, 120,400, give or take. We're right up against it right now, poised for a breakout to the upside on the Bitcoin. And I do have an extension target at 122. We'll round it up to 700, 122, 700. Moving averages are moving up nicely as well. And stochastics are kind of going sideways. Intraday, you could refine your targets using Mentor Q or whatever system you're using. We're almost to that one-day max at 120,600. That doesn't mean it's the maximum it could go, but it's just a calculation that they throw out to say, hey, this is what we expect. And that's right by that Jax 1 level as well. And there's a lot of blue sky above there, which is not surprising as we're making new highs on the Bitcoin, trading well above the session VWAP right now. And if I got one quick second, I just want to show everybody, we talked about the Russell really quick. I just want to throw this in, and I just want to compare E-mini S. Now, E-mini S&P has a really small range today, and so does the Russell, but the E-mini S&P is kind of in between yesterday's range. Here's yesterday's range. This is Monday. We were trading below it for a while. Point of control is below it as well. So this is the weak link in the stock index future armor for today. That is today's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. We are now joined by Zack Abraham. He's the Principal and Chief Investment Officer of Bulwark Capital Management. Zack, good morning.
Good morning. Pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
Great to have you. I was going through your Twitter stream. Everybody make sure you go and follow Zack. His link will be in the chat. And I saw you talk something about golf, and I said, you know what? I actually got an email this morning about the Masters. I didn't get selected, damn it. But nonetheless, I figured I'd start off with that and go, Zack, did you by chance put your information in for the Masters and get selected this year? If not, we could become really good friends real quickly here.
No, I just got finished with my club's MGI this last week. So that's what that was. That tweet was probably referring to that. So I'm an investor with a golf problem, as my wife refers to it.
Exactly. Well, great to have you here this morning. It's always nice to have fellow golfers and investment people on this program. It kind of goes hand in hand. I want to talk about the bond market at first, just because right now, I look at the bond market, really just very sideways, and it's expected. Let's face it. I think the Fed is, kind of doing a good job by keeping President Trump off of their back a little bit about, cutting rates. God forbid I say raising rates. Nonetheless, and you can see the bond market's really in a sideways position right now. It's not really done too much. We had a few people come on here and say the bond market is not going to really matter too much until maybe we get over 5.25% on the long end. Long end continues to come back down as rates are starting to come off a little bit. Just curious, what are your thoughts on the bond market?
In a way, I think you can sort of look at the bond market like the new VIX, meaning if especially here in the United States, if the Treasury and the Fed can keep the back end of the curve in control, then they're in control and everything's fine, right? So I think if you see, and then when you look at what's going on a budgetary, on the budgetary side of things, I mean, let's not dismiss. I think it's really easy to get too caught up into macro wins and kind of sticking your finger in the air and trying to, decipher the little moves here and there. But last year, if my numbers are correct, I think if you add up all profits on the S&P 500, it was $1.9 trillion, right? So thanks to the big, beautiful bill alone, over the next year, you're going to be increasing deficits another $500 billion, or 25% of last year's profitability of the S&P 500. That covers a lot of sins, right? So if you can keep control of the back end of the curve like they are right now, then, I think all is fine. I think when things would get weird is if they start losing control of the back end. But like I said, I think it's kind of the VIX. I think overall, when you look at all the issues out there in the world, you look at our debt, look at our political situations, if I'm the head of the Treasury right now, I'm thrilled with the way the bond market's trading. Quite honestly, I'd like the back end a little lower, but it's kind of where it should be. So, contrary to what Trump thinks, but I think it's kind of like the VIX. I think it should stay pretty tame. I think it should be fairly uneventful. If it gets eventful, I think all bets are off.
Yeah, and we saw that earlier this year. Remember, we talked about that's basically when the 90-day pause came into effect, is when the credit markets were getting stressed and the bond market was going down with velocity. I've said this a million times on the show. The bond market doesn't matter until it matters. I mean, it always matters, let's face it. But like you said, I look at it like the VIX, and if it starts going down with any sort of velocity, that changes the tune of the entire marketplace. I think that is the one thing that if you do see that start to happen, that I think it's perfectly put where you say it's like the VIX. If you see bonds going down quickly, that changes the story of the stock market.
Yeah, and especially in this world, it kind of reminds me, and I've stolen it from him many times, but I remember going into 2022. I know you guys know him well, and actually he's the reason why I know and follow both of you, Tony Greer, and I remember he came on my podcast, and he and I were having a conversation, and the mantra was, short energy, or excuse me, short tech, long energy. I think when you look at the world today, I think it's kind of a similar trade almost, where it's, in our opinion, I think it's to be long, reasonably priced, solid technology, especially in the chip space for now. And then the other side of it is, commodities. And that was kind of a mantra we were saying like a year ago, saying, hey, looking out into 2025, 2026, we think the world's going to be all about being long, reasonably priced tech, having certainly more exposure to international and foreign stocks than you should have had in the recent past. But also, looking at the world today, everything's getting more competitive, right? And I don't see that changing. And I think, I think currency valuations and interest rates and all these things that really, that have basically been reflections of what central banks wanted them to be for the last 15 years. I think all of a sudden that stuff's really going to matter.
Yeah.
And what do you think about hard assets? We have precious metals rallying. We have obviously energy depressed. And so I'd like to know kind of what your thoughts on that, because everybody said, oh, tariffs are going to be terrible. You want to own hard assets, though nobody wants to seemingly own energy at this point.
Fiscal, baby. Fiscal. So I mean, look, like we said, what's been driving this train? I mean, monetary policy, you would argue, is the biggest driver of the train for the last 15 years. But, policymakers discovered a shiny new toy, right? In a way that they hadn't previously. It's not like they hadn't wielded this sword before, but fiscal. And when you look at the fiscal being launched all over the world, and you look at where the United States is at, which is basically, I think we've kind of almost entered a state where if you want to look at our economy in traditional metrics like GDP, I almost feel like you're getting to a place where if our government spending isn't increasing, that number won't continue to grow. So when you look at all of those dynamics together, I don't understand how precious metals and how metals of all kinds. I mean, look, you guys are better traders and have been trading stuff way longer than I have as far as the day-to-day trades and all that. I mean, I think like copper above $5 is telling you something. In this environment, the threat of tariffs, all that kind of stuff, I know we've all been in this game long enough to know the term Dr. Copper. Yeah, there's plenty of bearish signs out there, but I think when you look at the backdrop, when you look at Chinese fiscal, the Germans are talking big fiscal, right? Again, we've been all doing this long enough. When Germans are taking fiscal seriously, quite honestly, I don't know if we've ever seen Germans taking fiscal or discussing it seriously with intention. Not in my career. So when I look at all of those places, Tracy, to answer your question, I just don't see, I kind of look at this big pot of the world that monetary policy and printed money and all this other kind of stuff is going into. And that pot's just full, especially if you're looking at, like US equity prices as a pot, right? I mean, as a percentage of global GDP, never been higher, by far a record. And you keep dumping liquidity into that pot, it overflows, and all those cups that are lined up around the base of that pot, they're going to get filled too. And that's kind of the way I see the precious metals. Certainly the way I see Bitcoin and crypto and until or if there's a legislative crackdown of some type, which it seems to be the opposite on the horizon. And I one of the other things that that I love, and I know you guys can both identify with this, but one of the things that perks up my ears as an investor is when I'm in a sector of stocks, especially related to a commodity, and it's hated, it's underpriced, and everybody's telling me, no, yeah. And it's kind of like the last vestige, the last holdout is, yeah, you might be right. Profitability of those companies is going to go up, but we still don't want to own the stock. Anytime I've ever heard that about a sector of stocks, that has like been the biggest raging buy signal of all time. And I think when you look at precious metal stocks, especially gold and silver producers, they've had a good run. They're still so stinking cheap on a fundamental basis. And when you step back and look at the valuations of those things, one of the things you got to keep in mind is they're valued on a cash flow basis. Virtually none of them are reflecting any valuation of metals in the ground. And they still look stupid cheap just on a cash flow basis. So I love all that stuff. And I don't see a way, unless governments around the world all of a sudden don't need to keep the printing press rolling and running massive deficits and increasing those deficits, I kind of see all those other things winning by default.
I want to talk further about that whole theme that you're building and talk about how that actually impacts equities, because some may listen to that and think, oh, does that mean bearish for equities? And see, I've had a lot of people come out and talk about, say, the dollar weakness, not wanting to be in dollars, feeds that gold, feeds that Bitcoin, and also feeds the stock market. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think, I'm not coming in here with a narrative or looking at it through a lens of what's going to happen that's going to rock the S&P 500. I think that I'm a big fan of Mike Green's work. Had the privilege to discuss it with him in person, about his work on passive investing and all that kind of stuff. And I see that dynamic being very much in play. But I will say that all of a sudden, I mean, you guys know, I don't think people really get the full gravity of what has taken place over the last 15 to 17 years in terms of we were the only game in town, right? I mean, the only game in town, and all the inflows were here. And you went into some of these markets, and it was kind of funny for us because we actively manage on a day-to-day basis about $550, $600 million right in there. And the fund that I personally manages about 400. It's not a small amount of money by any stretch of the imagination, but we don't typically run into sizing issues, right? And trying to get into these international markets we started doing this in earnest about a year ago. And what you found out was there's just no liquidity there. There's just nothing there. I mean, they've just been left for dead, right? Are they cheap? Yes. They're also extraordinarily illiquid, which provides some really interesting opportunities. But my point in bringing all that up is I just think with tariffs and everything that's gone on, I don't think the S&P 500 is going to be a one-way bet. I think on a valuation basis, it doesn't make sense. And so I think the S&P is going to continue to go up. I think that in the current dynamics that we have, when you talk about the feedback loops, people will point back to the 70s, but I think it's really important to point out that in the 70s, the largest generation in the history of the United States wasn't the wealthiest generation at that time, and the S&P 500 was not the primary funding tool of their retirement, right? So two very, very different things. And so you flip back and look at it now, and look at government spending as a percentage of GDP, unemployment at 4.1%. So I don't see anything threatening that 401k feedback loop at this point. And I don't really see U.S. stocks going anywhere. The other thing about the U.S. stock market, and I know there's a lot of perma bears out there that aren't going to like to hear this, there is a lot of ridiculously priced things in it. if you know where to look, there's also ridiculously priced things in it, meaning ridiculously priced cheap on the other side. So I kind of think you could see fundamental investors come in there and pick up what's been run down. Meanwhile, I think you could see I think this year's kind of given us a preview of what the kind of Meg 7, the top of the market could look like. I think of an Apple, right? Like, all the talk, Q's now up 9% on the year, not having a bad showing. Turn around and look at Apple. I don't know where it's at on the year, but I don't think it's positive. And it's kind of sat on the sidelines here. So I think some of those typical names are going to have issues because I think they're going to face global outflows, right? Like think of how much international money, how much sovereign wealth money is poured into a stock like Apple over the years. So I think that all of those things, Anthony, to your point, I think all of those things can rally together. I don't think that the S&P is about ready to fall into a giant morass. I just think when you're looking around the world and I'm seeing dollar weakness like I'm seeing, and then I go look at the charts of these companies' markets who are breaking out from the same levels that have held them down since 2008. Then you start looking at it on a fundamental evaluation. I'm not abandoning the U.S. here, but I think the lead dog going forward is not going to be the S&P like it has been. I think international markets are going to be the place to be.
And we got to end it there, Zack. It's been an absolute pleasure meeting you today. Great hearing from you on NinjaTrader Live. Everyone, go and follow Zack on Twitter. He's got a great podcast, KYR Radio on X. The link is in the chat. Hit that like button for my guy, Zack. Zack, pleasure to meet you. Can't wait to have you back on the show.
Hey, thanks for having me. Big fan of both of you guys. Have a great one.
Great guy.
Great guy.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Really, really enjoyed hearing from him. Initial thoughts coming off of Zack today.
So I thought it was really interesting. He isn't the first person that we've talked to that said maybe look at some international markets at this point, particularly emerging markets. So I thought that was very interesting that he said, and then talked about maybe we see a little bit of rotation from tech to some of these other areas within the index that have been beaten up some, meaning you might see inflows in a sector that's been beaten up and maybe some outflows in the tech sector, but overall it's not going to even itself out, and the S&P probably won't be that phased as a whole. So
yep. Biggest thing for me again is that look, gold and stocks and Bitcoin and all these things can go up together, and we're in an environment where we're seeing that. And I go back to just that overall theme of people getting out of the U.S. dollar just continues to be in play. And again, I think that's just what we're seeing.
Well, and this administration wants a lower dollar. I mean, if you're going to enact all these tariffs, that helps you, right?
Yeah.
So, this administration, whatever, it's going to make sure that this dollar does not, rally too significantly by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah. All right, Shai. 8:55, we've got some data. I'll be on Tape Talk for that. Well, everyone make sure you check out the chat for when data comes out. And, of course, we've got Powell speaking. But, again, Shai, just reiterating that he can't – it's a blackout period. He can't talk monetary policy.
Right. So
okay,
what's he
going to talk about?
So, well, it's at a bank convention, and he's just making the opening remarks. So
yeah. Great. Well, you never know. The S&P will probably move just a few points just to get people going in one way or the other. All right, Shai, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
All right. Next up, we have James Sixsmith. James, good morning. Take Profit Trader. How you doing, my brother?
Great, thank you, Anthony. Nice to be on. I've watched you for many years. Back in your, I know FT71. I learned a lot from him on the technical side, and so I've been. You don't know me, but I've seen you a lot.
Well, it's great to have you here today, James. First time having you on the show. You are the founder and CEO of Take Profit Trader, and you got also a very interesting background. I think maybe we just start there real quick because I know we're going to be looking at charts, talking about markets, but I want to get to know you a little bit more if we could.
Sure, yeah. Happy to do it.
So give us a little bit of background on yourself.
I was I would say I always tell people in my past life I was a professional hockey player, and that's when I started trading. Just to shorten the story, I I played for 4 years in college and was basically like bouncing around in the minors for a couple of years in North America, and I went to Europe to play because typically the top leagues in Europe start plucking the guys that are kind of borderline NHL, at least in hockey. Same thing happens in baseball and basketball too, but borderline, NHL players. So the top leagues start plucking those guys, and I was one of those guys. So when my trading story began there, because when I got to Germany, I signed with the Cologne Sharks in Cologne, Germany, and I got there, and it was the first time in my life I was not going to play. The realization that I wasn't going to have a 20-year career in the NHL, and it was like, oh no, what am I what am I going to do? So I started trading, and the great thing about this, as any trader knows, is I didn't have to rely on trading income. Like, I had the best scenario. I played professional sport. I had a lot of time on my hands in between, practices and stuff where I could learn a craft, and I wasn't forced to like make income from it. So, I started trading, really turned the corner when I had somebody back me. That's the whole thing behind prop, and that's how I started, take profit trader, many years down the path of, being a proprietary, let's call it online retail prop firm instead of the traditional like SMBs or something like that where you're, brick and mortar. So that's a long story short. My failure in hockey propelled me in trading, and we've been doing this, ever since. And a lot of different things inside that too, from, short-term scalping. I don't do that stuff anymore. I think that's harder than ever to do. Some people can still do it very well. I'm not smart enough for that. So more of like, listening to Zack. That's the kind of things I think about on a day-to-day basis now.
Got it. I love it. It's funny. In the S&P pit, I actually stood right in front of Troy Murray, a Blackhawk. I didn't even know who he was when I first got in there. And then he, pushed me off the step. I'll never forget it. And I was like, I'm not messing with this dude. And hockey dudes are tough, man. And I was amongst the giants in there. It's probably why I went to the screen so early. It was a lot of ex-athletes came in and out of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, especially the S&P pit throughout the years. So, man, that transition from sports to trading just makes sense, man. It's the mindset, it's the physicality of it, but it's the mental physicality of when you go in and trade. So I love it, and looking forward to seeing more from you and what you guys are doing with Take Profit. But we got a Tuesday morning here today. Let's maybe take a look at the charts. Let's see what you're looking at coming into today's open.
Yeah, so I typically look at, I'm looking at UB here because I just pulled it up when you and Zack were talking about, duration and stuff, because on an intraday basis, I'm basically managing risk for Take Profit Trader. I mean, primarily our guys are trading the NASDAQ futures. That's all they're trading. Majority, and when I say majority, it's north of 75%. So, mainly I'm managing risk on something like that. On a big picture, I'm looking at the rates and stuff, and I use something simple like volume profile. I just want to see where the market is compared to where it's been. And when you guys were talking about, the back end of the curve today, it really, I almost started chuckling because it's what I've been looking at here, because I think it's a big driver of this market. I don't know why anybody would want to own like the long end. I certainly don't. I'm short the long end, but I just pulled this up because it gives a snapshot of what I'm like. This is a 4-hour chart, and obviously you're not intraday trading if you're looking at a 4-hour chart. But again, I just want to see where the balance is, and this is really how I traded too when I was trading. Intraday would pull up something like the NQ and looking at, throw things, simple things. I like to keep it simple. I think most traders are better off simple and, throw a VWAP on there and also back away from the market. Anthony, I think a lot of traders, what I've never seen, I shouldn't say never, but because that's hyperbole, but you don't see traders typically getting closer to the market and doing better. So I'm always saying, guys, like if you back away and size down, you'll typically do better. So that's why you're seeing, I don't look at anything really under a 15-minute. Technically, that's how I look at the market. In terms of where the market's going, I just think it's hard. Like everything is NBD, no big deal for the market, and BTFD is still in. Like it's hard. It's hard. It's hard to go against the NQ, right? Like in any no news drags it down. It's been years and years of people saying, oh, it's overvalued, it's overvalued. It's like when we're talking about AI and tech, it's like, how do you really value a company using like traditional methods? It's hard. I think everybody's talking about the same things. It's like the NQ and ES, they're just going up and up and up and up. But I I don't think people should try to fight it, at least right now. I mean, that's the obvious answer.
Yeah, I mean, fighting these trends has been really difficult, to say the least. I took a short last week. I bought some puts, and literally I don't think it was my way for maybe more than right after I bought it. And I want to go back to the UB just for a second, because a lot of people we don't talk really ultra bonds on here. We've got people forget that there's a lot of products out there. We talk about ZB, but then UB is the ultra bonds. You've got the 10-year, and then you've got the ultras for those as well. Why are you looking at the UB? Curious why the ultras is your guy.
Yeah, I work. I know Zach. I believe Zach, the guy that's his name, right? Zach.
Yeah, Zach.
That was just on before. It seems like a macro guy. I work with a macro trader that was at Millennium and a couple big shops. And, when she teaches me, we talk macro stuff. She prefers the UB. So there's no real reason. I mean, it's still like longer term duration. But so I just trade the UB just because, I guess. And that's what I've been trading. And in fact, like I'm in a steepener right now. I think, I own some 5-year and in short UB, again, just because I think that with all of the stuff coming out from Besant talking about they're trying to, they're buying the short-term paper, want the short-term paper bought. I don't know how with the deficit, with the new bill and stuff, anybody could be owning or want to own the long end. But I mean, obviously people do. I know it rallied the other day, but I'm in basically like a long-term short, in the UB here. And you see it's trading right at, basically the point of control for the last, since April right now. So it's had some times where it does very, very well, but when I'm talking about UB or any kind of long-term duration, I don't want to own it personally.
Yeah, some fun facts for everybody out there to understand why the ultras even came into play versus the traditional 10-year and 30-year. It's because when you look at a 10-year and 30-year bond on the future side, they're not as close to that total duration as the futures. So when you're marking them against like a cash market, so if you look at the 10-year bond versus the ultra 10s, the ultras are actually closer to a representation of that actual time span of that bond. So like when you look at a UB is more a better representation of the full duration of the 30-year bond versus the ZB. It's kind of nerdy, but that's the reason why that the UB versus that they came out. So I can understand if you're a macro person, if you want as close to what you can for that duration, for that bond in the futures markets, you want the UB. Just like you'd want the Ultra 10s. It's the same scenario for that. So just kind of fun fact for everybody out there. It's interesting. Like I said, nobody really comes on here and talks UB, and I'm glad you did because it sparked some conversation on it.
Yeah, Anthony, that's a great point. And when we nerded out about this stuff, she was showing me on the Bloomberg terminal, like granularly, like how the UB works in duration, how the duration was actually longer duration than the ZB, which is supposed to be a 30, right? Correct. So she was explaining it to me, showing me actually in the Bloomberg terminal, so it was really interesting to work with somebody that's, and that's what I love about this. I mean, I'm on the show and I'm listening to Zach for 15 minutes and I learn a ton. And I listen to, Esther is my mentor, and I listen to her, and sometimes my head feels like it's going to explode. But you just learn, always learning in this game, and yeah, it's cool to talk about the UB with somebody.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'm actually going to be talking about it a lot more in the show. You got my juices going because I remember when these products came out, and again, I think it's interesting. You're with Take Profit, and I think personally a lot of these products should be some products that traders should be looking at more so than just traditional products that they come into this business looking at, which is S&P and NASDAQ. And it seems like the whole world right now of young traders is coming in, mostly trading micro NASDAQ seems to be just like the choice of product because of volatility. And I get it because it's opportunity because you're getting a lot of day trader action in there. So I totally understand it. But a lot of these other products might fit people's personalities a lot better. And they do have a backdrop of a macro theme that will feed into a shorter term execution, because if you understand what's happening in the macro, it actually will play a little bit more, it will make a little bit more sense sometimes during the short term, is that like the Fed is on hold, they're not doing anything right now, it's a two-way tape in bonds, and you also know that some key levels, if they get broken to the downside, you do get some cause for concern, and you could have some moves that could really ultimately have some legs in those markets versus like where the S&P and NASDAQ right now are, it's tough all-time highs. I'm just curious, in your company, do you see people trading these other products besides S&P and NASDAQ?
No, not enough, in my opinion, for the same reasons that you're talking about. I mean, it's if you tell me how many basis points the NASDAQ is up or down, I can tell you without even looking at my screens how the traders are doing, right? Because again, buying every dip has been in vogue for 10 years. I mean, it's what's made money. So they typically want to do that. But I think that traders should trade more of it. I mean, I hesitate to tell people what to trade because, if I tell somebody, hey, go trade, crude oil, you can get your face ripped off there, right? Like I have the crude oil up personally, Anthony. Like I love energy. I know you guys were just talking about it with Zack. I think that it's a big part of like how are we going to power all of this AI move, the movement. I think crude is underpriced. So I'm looking at levels to buy these dips to hold on to it for a bit. But I don't see, to answer your question, I guess directly, I don't see a whole lot of diversification in product with our traders. Majority they're trading NASDAQ because it's volatile and they can make some money trading it, so that's what they trade. Like almost nobody's trading currencies, which I think now with this whole thing with the dollar, I mean, the currency futures market is an awesome opportunity for some people if you understand what's going on over there, more so than ever because of this like dollar debasement or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, well, Zach or James, I'm saying Zach, James, let's do our part and let's get people into other products and let's talk about them more and more. So let's talk about crude oil this morning. I agree with you. I mean, of course, I'm blessed to have Tracy in here, Shy Girl, one of the best in the business when it comes to understanding what's happening in oil market. But even with having her here, I look at this market and I scratch my head and I go, can't hold a rally. It's got a lot of reasons to hold rallies. You had all this geopolitical stuff earlier, with Iran. Market kind of just continues to brush it off. It's now come off significantly off the highs. It's been a market that is just finding its way in the middle a lot. In the middle, what do they say? Don't diddle in the middle. I think that's what they say. And now we're back in this area. What are you seeing this morning in crude oil?
Yeah, I mean, I'm if we're looking at it, if I zoom in a bit more, let me get into a 15-minute. It's make this bigger. I mean, I was looking at it to try to start another leg down, on that 4 hour that we were just looking at and run into some volume underneath us and really try to like load up there because I'm looking at more of, weekly swings and stuff like that. When I'm looking at intraday, it's hard because crude oil, it's thin, right? You typically, especially for our traders too, Anthony, I think that the reason that they don't trade it is they want to load up on contracts. And these quick moves in crude just wipe them right out, right? So if I were drawing something over today, to me it looks pretty balanced. I mean, we're back in the middle for the session, and this is that area you were just talking about, where if you're, I mean, I think it's a lot of noise right here, even for just the day. You'd have to have I think, I don't say you have to, but a longer. You can see that we're heading lower. It looks like we're making lower lows, and maybe a continuation of that big, move that I think was a geopolitical event. I forget what it was. That moved down. So I wouldn't really want to be buying, especially here right now today. This probably wouldn't be my location to be buying.
Yeah, I mean, I like how simple you keep it. You just look at it, and when you're in a belly of a market that's in the belly of a bigger range, why come in and do too much? Crude oil has not been the most attractive market for day traders just because it's really not been that clean of a trade. And like you said, it's just been, you got a ripper higher and then a ripper lower, a headline driver, and it's not sustaining any of these moves. You got to keep your toe in and out of the crude oil market. What else you look at? We've only got you for a few minutes left. Maybe I know look at James. We got to talk Nasdaq if all of our people are watching Nasdaq. So maybe at some point we get to the Nasdaq. But if there's anything else you want to go over before pre-market, let's take a peek.
No, I mean we can look. We can pull the Nasdaq up. I mean, the only other thing I'm looking at, we were talking about emerging markets too, and the currencies, which I think, we're going to do more of a job at Take Profit to show people in this environment that currency futures are an excellent way to look at the market. I wouldn't say look at the markets, but there's some opportunities there. Like the real being one with the positive carry. Everybody knows what happens with the Japanese yen. I like the real because of the positive carry, but that's not always a smooth trade either. It's an emerging market that's a little bit more complex. Probably don't have enough time to talk about that here. So if we're looking at the Nasdaq, let me pull up a shorter term chart. And this is hard, Anthony, too, because we got that news, I think today. Besson said, "Oh, we're not going to fire Powell." Again, which is, it's just been like a flip-flop between him and Trump, and any positive news, the market rallies. Any negative news in the Nasdaq, it just sits there, right? So I don't know how, when you look at a Nasdaq chart, I mean, technically speaking, for me, the way I look at it, Anthony, a lot of volume on the highs here, point of control near the high for the day. And this is good. This is the Globex session, right? So going all the way back to last night, maybe it needs to be up a little bit more. And whenever I see a market that's trending higher and it continues to print a lot of volume on the highs, to me, technically, it doesn't look like it's done. So I wouldn't be shorting the Nasdaq this morning here. If anything, I'd be buying it and maybe adding small size, because we're at near the highs for the session. And then if it dips on the open, buy a little bit more, but not going full size, because I don't like being full size intraday at the highs. Even though, again, it's worked. So I can't say that the people that are doing it are wrong.
You mentioned currencies. Maybe we look at the 6E, because the dollar continues to be a story. We got the euro this morning, which was up, is now turned down. You watch the euro much?
I don't watch the euro a lot. I'm more into these, the emerging. I am short the pound. I think,
let's look at pound then. Let's take a look at the pound.
On my view, and we had a nice move. Was it last week? Yeah. Okay. So I just don't. Again, these are more like macro plays too, Anthony. It's not necessarily like an intraday play, where I just I think the only currency that I think that should be weaker than the dollar is the pound. I don't think. And this is just a feel. I don't know. My mentor too has got a lot of reasons where macro speaking that she doesn't. We want to be short the pound, but If we're looking at an intraday chart, again, I'm not looking at it like this. I do think, again, there's opportunities for our traders to take profit because of, the moves in the dollar, that a lot of this stuff is a lot more attractive than usual, where it wasn't moving nearly as much as it is now. But we're looking at this today. This looks like it's just range bound. Every time it seems like when you come in and you're looking for a direction, everything is in the middle. I like to trade, and our guys to trade, from the outside in, right? Or if you want to be long, or short the pound, you want to be, selling those rallies and buying the dips below below the majority of the volume, not in the belly. Like we're sitting right here in the middle of the belly today. And that's a very simple way to trade, is to stay out of the middle and trade more on the on the edges. And that's my bread and butter. I cut my teeth on the S&P trading like that, and that's how I look at everything technically if I'm not looking at it through a macro lens.
Got it, James. We're out of time for today. Really great to get a chance to get to know you a little bit, get your perspective on markets. Love what you're doing at Take Profit Trader as well. I know that you guys are bringing a lot of people from Sim to Live, which we love that. I think that's awesome. And just again, like I said, great to have a chance to meet you, learn more about you. And I can't wait to have you back on the show, James. It's been an absolute pleasure meeting you. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Yeah, thank you, Anthony. This was awesome. I appreciate you giving me the platform.
Tanya, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Anthony. I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. It looks like I have a purple shirt on, even though the shirt is blue. I'm saying that because you got your purple background, and I'm looking at this. I'm going, this is blue, folks. I don't know. It looks purple in there. I'm gonna have to have a talk with the. I know, it looks good with your background, but I'm sitting there going, this is blue. I don't know, So a massive success yesterday with the challenge. You had 1,500 people in there. Some people, I got to tell you what, nobody can tell me you can't make money with a few micros, right, Tanya? How good did some of those people do with a few micros? That's why we did that, right? $1,000, 3 micros. People did unbelievable.
Oh yeah, I have the leaderboard right here. If you wanna, we can show it. I just tweeted it out here. We'll announce the leaders right now, actually. Congrats to, number 1, Toros y Osos, Bears and Bulls. Okay, Scalperos YouTube, 1,700. I guess Scalper won number 1, which makes sense. It's not easy to trade at all-time highs. I did not do well yesterday. I was holding on to longs in the afternoon, and then went to my workout. I even tweeted, oh, I'm thinking about a push into the closed power hour. And then I went to my workout, and while I was there, I got stopped out. I was like, oh, whatever. Trader for Life, number 2, $1,438. Astrid, $1,232. Changuito, 55. $1,209. Next at $1,159. Tuna Scalperos YouTube, $1,116. Another scalper. And number 7, Alma Azul at $1,115. Thiago 5 at $1,074, and Eunice at $1,070, and Andrew Trades at number 10 at $1,067.45. Pretty cool. I was surprised to see number 1. Wow, $1,700 in one session. Very impressive. Yeah, a lot of it looks like scalpers won out yesterday.
3-lot micros, everybody. Started off with $1,000, 3-lot micros in NASDAQ and S&P. Goes to show you that, if you can translate that to live, and we know that with Sim, and we know it could be different when you get to live, but the bottom line is the proof is there that, I know it's not perfect always when you go from Sim to live, but if you can do that with that small amount of money and those small of a contracts, I wish more people would actually go in after they've learned. I see a lot of people in Sim on a regular basis, right, and go into live and see what they can do. If yesterday, obviously, people were pushing the limits because if it's a challenge, I totally get it. But again, to see those numbers, Tanya, I have to say, even for myself, I was looking at it going, that's pretty damn hard to make $1,700. I don't care if it's in sim or not with 3-lot micros.
Yeah, that was impressive. I mean, I noticed that even someone that was number one. I mean, with these challenges, it's definitely difficult. That's what ended up happening with me. I held on to my longs for a little bit too long because because I wanted to move up further up on the leaderboard. I think yesterday, actually, if you were just green, you were top 200. That's how hard the market was a bit. I think Kane even tweeted saying that it was trading more like a shit coin than like one of the most
Like a
traded
meme coin, yeah.
assets in the world, which was funny to me. But
Yeah.
yeah, totally. You can make money on micros, and like if that what were your own personal account, like then you could just take it out that day, withdraw it the same day, which is the best.
Yeah. Beauty of controlling your own future by having your own account. Well, that discussion will continue to be brought here to NinjaTrader Live. But again, great job with that. Let's take a look at markets today. We had Paul come out this morning. He was speaking at 8:30. I'll read what Shai said, but we know it's a blackout period. Shai says, as expected, Fed's Powell does not comment on economic or monetary policy outlook in welcoming remarks to the Fed banking conference. It was expected for him to not, talk about this because he can't, because it's a blackout period. So markets didn't do much on that. We had an 855 number, which also I think was a kind of a snooze fest to the markets this morning. I want to get to the poll. Bullish 43%, bearish 32%, neutral 25%. Pretty even today.
Okay. Yeah, pretty even. I mean, it makes sense. I think just now, you guys were talking about not to diddle in the middle. I mean, we're looking at the daily. We're opening up inside of yesterday's range, pretty much in the middle of yesterday's range there. I'm very neutral today too. I don't really love this. I don't really love trading at all-time highs. It's like the best kinds of trades are basically if you have a small like divergence at a low, sweeping out some sort of liquidity, and then you could enter. And let's see, yesterday that happened at the open, but it never retraced to my potential entry. It was just basically like if you had a long at the 9:30 open and right after it. If I look at the 4-hour, yeah, we're just kind of like in the middle. I don't like that we stopped having continuation lower after that drop yesterday. So I don't really love that on the 4-hour. I'll mark out some sell side here, but I don't really, considering it's all-time highs, I don't really think that we'll hit that. Let's see, London lows or so. Let's see, if there are any divergences near the lows. The London session, what happened there? Yeah, sort of like, we had ES, it did take out like, it came back into that 4-hour FEG actually. And it did take out like that London low took out some lows here that NASDAQ didn't. Took out, yesterday's, I mean, we took out yesterday's like 10 a.m. candle there. I actually thought it would happen at the close. Didn't. It happened later on. And then we have a divergence here. So that's potential. I mean, I wouldn't really be shorting here, honestly. That's a potential divergence to go up high, back higher. And so I have to be slightly bullish today. Let's see. ES came back into this little 4-hour here that was left open. And it did respect it. So if I go to the 15 next, a little wonky up here, but it did break. It's starting to break, highs on the 15-minute. Had a shift of structure. It's respecting that. So I have to be bullish. I don't know where I'd even aim for. I mean, you have some buy side here. It's only like, what is it? 30 points away for the NASDAQ there. But honestly, you have equal highs at yesterday's highs on the NASDAQ. That's totally still in play. ES, same thing. You have like pretty smooth highs at yesterday's highs. I mean, I would be interested to see how you react to these next short-term highs at the 15-minute, like London high here at 349 area. if we like have a strong reaction to go up higher, I wouldn't see why not. Why can't we go back up to yesterday's highs after having this divergence here? So, so neutral to bullish to me for me today. I wouldn't really want to short today. I'm gonna write that down to remember because sometimes honestly if you're just trading you can easily forget if you're just especially if you're multitasking with other things. So yeah, and for ES I would look if we have a strong reaction to here 63.52, but we already had like this break above London high, so ES is looking pretty good there. We had small retracement here. I would think that we at the open, I wouldn't be surprised if we just kind of start pushing up again like yesterday. But yeah, that's my outlook for today. What do you think about that, Deli?
Yeah, I mean, we continue to see these divergences come off the highs, Tanya. You know, we do this every morning with you and we see it. And it's like the minute the market has these divergence lows and then it starts to get back up, I mean, the path of least resistance is higher. I mean, the bigger picture trend remains higher. There's no news driving us lower. I mean, that's the one thing that people, I think tend to forget. It's like, in these markets right now, when you have a primary trend up, yeah, you might get some short-term bearish technicals, maybe on the daily here and there, like I even saw last week. But when the headlines aren't behind it, it's like, this market's just on auto buy. Plus we've got all these earnings, tomorrow we've got Google, Tesla. It's the market I don't think is in a hurry to do much of anything, let alone go down. And the minute it makes these divergence lows and it gets back up near these recent highs, they just tend to just gravitate towards them. I mean, you see this over and over again. It seems like I could almost put this on auto repeat for you and I and what we've seen on this similar setup.
Yeah, totally. So if that's just been what's been working, then can't really fight what's been working there. So on the hourly, like the potential that we might retrace on the hourly back to like 50% of this leg up on ES. So like, and then I'll see it if it doesn't just burst up at the open and have like strong reactions here. If we retrace first, then I'll look at whether we have a 1 minute shift of structure inside these points of interest for me. Let me see here. Yeah, that's what I'll do essentially. And then I'll look for ES between like 63.41 and 63.44 to see if we have a shift there to go higher. And for NASDAQ NASDAQ could honestly retrace quite a bit, but we'll see here. Even down in this lower end of it, I'll just look for a potential 1 minute shift there to go up back higher. If we don't just burst through this London high at the open, if we retrace, then I'll just simply like look to long. Potentially just below like 50%, like so. 23.05s to 20. If we hold 23.85, if we retrace that much, we still hold it. Like I'll look for 1 minute shift back up higher to go long. So those are my if then that. I don't really see myself shorting this morning. Honestly, if we already have that divergence at the low, there's no point. If we've already like swept some liquidity there, we've had a little bit of a bounce. So I don't want to be fighting the trend too much.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. And again, when I look at this chart, I could see on a day like today why more traders would be trading NASDAQ versus S&P. S&P, it's like you got to buy a super narrow pullback. It doesn't look like much volatility is there again today. NASDAQ just overall looks like the better trade to me off of what I'm seeing on your stuff this morning. And with that divergence, I ask you this all the time: is today a day where if we do get a dip, that you favor NASDAQ over S&P?
Yeah, I favor NASDAQ over the S&P. Because of that, like ES. It came back below these lows down here, these 10 a.m. lows yesterday. NASDAQ held. So it's certainly the stronger asset of the two.
Yeah. All right, Tanya. Thank you so much. Everybody, Tanya's on with us every morning for her pre-market prep. Again, it was awesome seeing all of the participants yesterday in Tanya's challenge. Thank you all for participating. And Tanya, thank you so much for hosting that. Have a great session today, Tanya.
Thanks, everyone. Good luck and good trading. Ciao.
All right, everybody. Quick plug too. On August 5th, I will be in Chicago for a trader meetup. We will put that link into the chat right now. So if you are able to join us on August 5th from 5 to 7 in Chicago, please click on that link. We have a cap on seats. We're already like 2/3 of the way there. So if you can do it, you have to pay $5. We do that so this way people can come, and people don't just sign up in case they may come. Hopefully the $5 actually gets you to come, and we donate to charity. And of course, drinks and food will be on us. Again, that's August 5th in Chicago, from 5 to 7. I know Pax will be there too. Your Flipper will be there. Kane will be there. Stowe will be there, and we'll see who else maybe pops in from NinjaTrader Live. Well, it's Tuesday, everybody. Last Tuesday we had quite a laugh, didn't we? It was really fun. I mean, it goes to show you it's more than just trading on here. And I really don't know a time I laughed even harder. And Merritt's my guy, and it's always fun, having conversations with him, jabbing each other back and forth. So I always enjoy Tuesday. So it's about that time. It's time to trade the open with Merritt Black. Good morning, Merritt. You look a lot better this week. He's on mute.
Sorry, I was muted. Man, yeah, I was holding my breath to see what little furry creature I might be when I popped on the stream today.
Oh, man, listen. I got to tell you, I laughed so hard at that, and I'm glad that you got a laugh out of it too, because literally I can't remember a time. It was one of those things where I had to have that laugh, like I laughed so hard that it was like the hardest laugh I had in so long. And it was awesome. And, we you and I, we like to have fun. And I know it was each and every week. I'm like, at some point I'm going to have to get them back at this, and then, so curious to see what happens from here. But nonetheless, you're total sport. We had a lot of fun. And you're not going to be on the August 5th in Chicago, are you? I know we're meeting up in October, but are you going to be in Chicago on August 5th by chance?
We have a parents' night with the school our kids got into. I'm trying to get out of it. We'll see.
Yeah, so we might see Merritt there. If not, again, we're doing a whole NinjaTrader Live meetup, but that's just for the crew in October. That's going to be something to see. But anyway, Merritt, let's get to markets today.
Yes, sir.
Kind of quiet. Look, it's middle of July. Let's face it, not a ton going on, but each and every week you've been coming in and not only just been trading NASDAQ, you've been trading gold. And I see today, we got crude oil up here. What's going on this morning?
Yeah, I kind of like this low. It is certainly vulnerable to taking out the overnight lows, right? That's always a factor here, especially because we kind of went outside the top side of this range and cleared some folks out and then came all the way back. So these lows are definitely vulnerable, but I'm starting to try to dip my toes here and buy crude. I like where it's at across multiple time frames. So yeah.
Talk to us about how this sets up on the daily, because you come in. I mean, I see you one day trading NASDAQ, one day trading gold, and then today you're looking at crude. Walk us through what that setup is, as to why you're choosing this market maybe over a different market. And I see you just got into a position already. I love this guy.
So for the month, gold crude is rotational around its VWAP, and it's at the lower edge of it. So that's a spot to potentially buy. We're also trading near the lower edge of last week's main volume node and volume profile, as well as last week's value area low. You bring that into the intraday here that we're looking at, which is where we are also rotational around today's Globex VWAP, and we are coming off of that lower edge. So classic, my edge comes from the edges, trading this thing back towards a mean. That type of a play, man. 40%
Got it. Clear,
success
concise.
rate.
Yeah. Not 90%?
That's only you, man. Only you could pull that off
Yeah, you're right.
with
That's,
that
I mean, what were you
purple
thinking?
shirt of yours.
Oh my God, here we go. This shirt is blue, folks. I'm gonna have to take a picture of myself
On
and
the
post it on
TV,
Twitter
it
or put it in
is
the chat.
Joker purple. It is.
That's what I mean. I look like the Joker. I mean, this is crazy. I need to get a light on my phone. Where the hell is that thing? I had to put this on here. Maybe if I shed a different light on it. Let's see. Is that blue now?
No.
That's not helping that much. Son of
Wait,
a...
where's my phone?
I know. That's why I said I look at it. I go, I look like the Joker. Like Deli's, popping in with these pure purple shirts. Like somebody goes, Barney. There we go. Great. See, this is what
Hey
I'm
guys,
saying.
is
Production.
this blue now?
Production. We need to figure this out. Yeah, is this blue? There was a different light. I got these lights all over here. I think they're reflecting purple. I'm just telling you, it's going off this orange. What are we gonna do here? I don't know. This is unbelievable. Well, okay. Hey, everyone knows this product. Well, I guess that is blue, isn't it? That's Fiji blue. I'm losing this here. I'm not happy about this.
You're not helping your case.
I know. I'm getting buried here. People are calling me Barney in chat now.
Wait a second. Here,
LSU purple.
What I'm going to need is for like Tracy or someone else to weigh in on this, because you've lost all credibility at this point as to like tell us
This
the color
is
of
so
your shirt.
blue. It's unbelievable.
Because
I don't even know
the
what to
Fiji
say.
water next to you is blue. The cap on the
I
Fiji
know.
water, it looks blue.
It's not. It's because it's Shy's gonna have to take a picture of me, and we're gonna have to post it. Something's gonna happen here. This is really. This is too much. I'm not going to be known as Barney or the Joker in this. I'm not wearing although I do look pretty good in purple. I will say, Merritt. I pull it off.
You
man.
pull it off.
So, yeah. All right, everybody. The color will move forward in conversation in chat, but I'm going to leave it to you now, Merritt. He's got a crude oil trade on. Traders, have a great day. Hit the like button and make sure you follow what Merritt is doing at Apteros. Follow him on X as well. He's my guy on Tuesday. He's my guy in general. Merritt, have a great day, man. I'll talk to you soon.
See you, brother. Take care. Good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. So there's not. So let's get down to brass tacks here. And I know that a good bit of my students have been asking me questions about this. My desk traders have been asking me questions about this. It goes back to that tweet that I put out not too long ago about adjusting to volatility conditions. There are really two ways. I've got like kind of an options swing trading strategy that I have or whatnot, but there are really two main ways that I know and love and have developed how to approach markets. One is NADRO, okay, narrative, acceptance, DVA, rhythm, order flow. It's a top-down approach. It can work for a single market, but it really shines when you take that narrative component, that higher time frame, ranking and distilling different time frames, what's going on, where's their confluence, where's there a good opportunity, asymmetric risk reward, where is that, what market is that in, right? Is it in NQ today or is it not, if you're just focused on one market, right? And with that, you identify the best opportunities in terms of risk reward skew, right? Less choke points, as one of my new mentoring students put it in his prep work the other day, or process work. Less choke points along the way. And you find those runways where you've got really good risk reward structurally, contextually, and you go trade those markets. Maybe you swing trade, maybe you trade very short term, essentially almost scalping them, but you know what market you want to trade and you know what direction you want to trade it. And then the other is scalping. So when we launched Apteros in 2020, It's been all NADRO. That's been all we've done. And then last year, right? Last year, we came out with the scalping course. And the scalping course is a way to dive deeper into order flow, into short-term rhythm and rotations and other participants and where they're positioned and where they're getting stopped out and how you can take advantage of that and things like that, right? It's a much more shorter term based trading. You can incorporate a little bit of context into it if you want from the NADRO world, but you don't have to. You could be a pure scalper. And we're not scalping for a tick, right? When I say and use the word scalper, it really means devoid of any kind of higher time frame context narrative that you're and targets that you're aiming for and things like that. It's really kind of purely order flow based, trying to trade like this low up to this high, right? Like a really good rotation, maybe a couple of rotations, right? That's really what scalping is. You hold for minutes to hours. Let me focus on this for a moment. So I don't like the way we continue to press towards these lows. I'm going to bang out of this. So I'm going to scratch out before we take out the lows. And if we take out these 3 swing lows, I might be interested in hopping back in. If we take out the overnight lows and snap back pretty well, I might be interested. So what I find important to wrap up this point that I've been making here, what I find important is that I go to the NADRO or I go to the scalping at the right times with the right conditions. I would say that what you guys have seen from me the past few weeks of trading predominantly in Q scalping is kind of, in a sense, not the best of what I might could offer, but it's something that, because I'm only trading for 2 hours with you on stream, it's something I feel like could be more engaging and we could do more and have a better time and be a better stream, and I could show more reps to you guys and maybe there's something better there. And so I think that's part of why, 3 weeks ago and 2 weeks ago, I had the kind of the daily loss limit days. Last week was good. We had some good, caught a good trade or two, much more selective, if you recall, for those of you who've been following along. I didn't trade. I think I took a short early and then maybe a long with one re-entry or something and kind of caught really the low of the session and held it for a good winner up until, Stowe came on with his stream. It's important that you pick the tactics. If you're not just going to be super selective and sit there for maybe days on end and do nothing, right? As someone who's trading NADRO in just one market like NQ, you might need to do nothing for days on end, right? No trades. It's important that you find the right fit of tactics, strategies, methodologies, things to apply to the right conditions. And that's, again, what you guys have heard me compliment Crudele on with this show. He's always bringing guests on and he's always trying to teach you guys, what are the conditions like today? What are the conditions like? That's more valuable, I think, than a lot of the talking heads, myself included, right, that come on and say, I'm bullish this, I'm bearish this. Because a lot of times there's not a ton of insight behind the whys of the bullish or the bearish that's being done. I definitely try to do that with my scalping here. And just like I walked through why I'm bullish crude today, I try to give you real tangible reasons, the time frames I'm looking at, where the bullishness comes from, what tools I'm using to have that view. I try to give you guys that so you can take it or leave it, but at least you know where it comes from. If someone just blindly says bullish or bearish, it's worthless, right, to you. So I find that when volatility shrinks, when markets are more dull and boring, I find it more success in going and finding the market that's offering something. Again, Crudele, I've really got to butter him up so he doesn't be mean to me every time I come on the stream now. So I'm going to be only nice to him today. I'm very careful. I'm very nervous. I'm very scared. He said something earlier about bonds, right? He said, if you take a look at where that market is, it's capable of some big moves. It's kind of been reverting around a place. If certain things if it starts selling off, that could be really bad for global markets, and it could really accelerate that. Obviously, there could be different changes in Fed policy and different things that cause it to drive a rally. But until that happens, you kind of have the mean reversion type play. So, there's things that make a lot of sense in looking at other markets. And I was someone, as we have the opening bell here, I was someone who came from trading one market at a time for years. One market, one market, one market. And I just really have to speak to the benefits of multi-market. All right, we're going to go with the momentum reentry here. Will not give this thing a full stop down to the lows. Need to see this break this little small balance area that we've built. If I can find my emergency stop. This will be kind of a right or right out style of entry. So if you recall, I scratched down here, was long from this turning point while I was talking to Crudele. Would love to still be long from there. I thought the probabilities were so stacked that we would at least run these recent lows. I decided to step aside, wait for that stop run and re-enter. And so now I'm put in that position. You guys have seen me in this position before where it starts breaking out of the little boxy kind of balance area that we've been in. And so I'm kind of reluctantly forced to chase an entry and kind of deal with that. I allow myself to do that. Probably most of you playing along at home, you really shouldn't allow yourself to, obviously chasing is a dirty word for traders. You don't want to chase things. You want to fight for price and get good trade locations. I'm confident in my abilities to get away with a few more kind of compromises and things in my trading, like seeing if I can get this. And NASDAQ is putting in a heck of a rotation across the whole overnight range. My finger is on the exit button of this crude trade here. I've yet to really, take any heat on the position, but it's certainly not giving me really good momentum. What I've allowed for here is kind of the theoretical breakout pullback, as we call it. We have this small distribution, this thing right here. I took this entry long here, the breakout style. I'm demanding that it kind of goes. But what I did allow for is just a small little retest to try to continue. So that's all, the only room I'm giving it. So there we go. Scratched it out. In Q, Bobby, Mondays for me are without a weekly DVA because there is none. I'm always aware of weekly PVA, so you certainly have that on a Monday. Um, but there's no weekly DVA on a Monday because why? Because it's the same thing as Monday's Globex ETH VWAP. The same thing. We have official footage of Crudele with it is blue, folks. He's not crazy. It's blue. Congratulations, buddy. Congratulations. It's official. He had to go out in the parking lot of the studio to get the light to make his shirt look blue. That is nuts. It's y'all remember that thing where it was yeah, exactly. Invictus Trader could be onto something here. He changed shirts. We don't know that that's not true. We don't know that that's not true. Oh, y'all remember that dress a long time ago? That it sometimes even for yourself would look cream or white and yellow. And then if you blinked, it was a static picture you're looking at. The dress would look, was it navy blue and gold or something? It was absolutely wild. Just some random picture. It's not some kind of AI thing. This was pre-AI, you know. This was just a picture of a dress, and people were fighting across the internet as to what the real color of it was. I remember taking a screenshot of the picture and trying to like zoom in on it and isolate a single section and really say, what is that color? And it's nuts. Our desk rates for NQ. Give me a minute. I'll find them. We have two different rates. The junior desk is on a more retail priced um, rate, and then the senior desk is on a like a 106J super cheap rate. Yes, if you are funded with Apteros, you for any data feeds that you need, you don't have to subscribe to any. But if you need a data feed for your connection with us, you will be at the professional fee level. Well, 130 bucks is not much money when you start making profits as a trader. But I get it when you're starting out, when you're small, that is certainly a real cost, a real expense on your business. Man, I have no idea what would be the number one reason for people failing the tryout. Because it's not something that I'm monitoring, you know, it's not something that I'm looking at. So kind of a flaggy struggle bus up move here in NASDAQ off these lows. And then we saw kind of a capitulatory attempt at buying as we moved in towards VWAP there. So just getting on board this turning point here and seeing if we can catch another down leg. Be interested if we get back to last week's value low around 219. Did I say value low? Yes, last week's value area high. Thank you, Franz. Not done running stops yet. I say that could be, that would, you know, end up being low of day. NASDAQ getting a little squirrely, as we like to say. I had some really good periods of gonna add one right here. Just looking for the real stop run. Maybe into the 50s. I'll have super tight risk on this ad. What are you scared of, NQ? Go get them. Out of the ad. So now my average price is all, you know, messed up because now I'm in one from the original and one from the ad. Doesn't matter. Ignore that if that happens to you as someone who might add or scale out and whatnot. Added some here, looking for the crack. There it is, but they weren't able to do much with it, so I got to start peeling out of the ads. Did not like the way that looked. But hey, maybe there was just a temporary passive buyer that was standing right there using that, all those stop outs to get a fill they wanted. Seems to be behaving a little better now. I'll come out of the rest of the ad here as soon as I feel that the position is threatened in terms of momentum. Which is now. So again, now I'm actually short from up here, right? But this was just the those 2 contracts that I added at that price last, right, as it was breaking down, and I've now scaled out of those 2, and I'm in from up here. So ignore the P&L and stuff. Looks like that could be it. We took out the lows, strong response from buyers. I'll give it a chance to kind of stay in balance down. But I'm definitely not going to be adding to this position at this point. We've done kind of the main objective of taking out those overnight lows, and we saw a buying response. So that's going to have me kind of pumping the brakes. And again, just for everybody at home, this is where I'm short from, somewhere in here. I guess we could turn on les fils. Oh, a little better than that. So at this point, I would demand kind of we stay in balance down. So really about here, halfway from developing value to VWAP is kind of where I would exit the position. So I can, you know, move my stop. Doesn't really matter. We are into delta neutral here. Can watch this reaction and potentially take another scale. We're approaching the value area high from 2 days ago. It's at 31. We've now tagged that. Be a great spot to scale just how extended we are once I feel like the buyers are taking over, which is there. So good scale. You know, it's a large move, right? So it's makes sense. It's almost time to be shifting gears to being bullish this market at this point as we get near last week's value area high and the current month's development value area high. So what are those levels? It is, what did I say, 223 and 190. Well, I've worked very hard on myself to not be, and this is not some front or some act that I'm doing because I'm on camera. I've worked very hard coming from a very terrible, naturally inclined place, to not be overly excited about any winners, not be overly upset about any losers. In fact, not really be excited or upset about either. A lot of stops lurking into this kind of target area here. So I would not be surprised to see this thing even accelerate a little bit and really flush and take out some stops. or see a lot of buying in front of there. We'll see. I will be flipping from bearish to bullish. I'm not just going to stick my neck out there and just, because this is a substantial kind of energized down move. All right, let's see if they press the stops. Watch this delta. Didn't do it. Buyers coming in again. Here we go. Crack them. Rack them and crack them. Watch it. Here it comes. It'll be 20 points in a flash. You ready? You ready? Oh, they didn't do it again. Crack them. Do it. There it is. That's the one right there. 20 points flat. Okay, so now, if we really crack through this level, I could keep taking a few shorts and press our luck there, but for me, this is a spot where I expect, the buyers to respond. So we'll see. A couple more stops lurking here I didn't go for, but they're just under kind of, 167, 168 right into this region. But I thought that last little strong leg, well, next to last now, we got one more there. I thought that was a good spot. Notice the consistency of the behavior of my scaling. This is what I always teach people. So look at what I did here. Short from here. Well, by the way, it was I'd taken a couple little stabs at a few little both direction trades. Notice the behavior, notice the order flow, notice the flaggy, remember what I said up here, capitulation type delta, shorted, went for the add before even a scale, scratched the add, back into a double add, scale, and then start noticing the pattern. We get a really good rotation. It just starts to turn, scale. Really good rotation, starts to turn, scale. Really good rotation, starts to turn out. Also notice how I was focused on crude oil. I much preferred the narrative in that market. In fact, I'd like to check on it and see what it's up to. Okay, so it did run the stops through the overnight lows and then is now working higher. So that's something we could keep our eye on and potentially trade. But I noticed the way NASDAQ was moving off the open, the fury, the order flow behind it. And so kind of a plan B, like, hey, this is scalpable. So good pivot there, good trade. So there has been zero change in the nature of the buying or selling at this point. So my whole thesis about the bull level from that kind of 90 area, let's mark it on this chart. Um, 19 to 90. clearly accepted into last week's value and main distribution at this point. So really the upper edge of this zone, this 19, is still bearish. We're seeing the biggest response from buyers so far, but we've rotated down 200 points from where we were, so it's not necessarily a massively impactful thing to see some buying come in, because the market's got to ebb and flow. It's got to breathe. So made $2,500 gross. And I was down, I don't know, probably down 600 or 700 at least before that trade. I wouldn't agree with the flash crash vibes. I think that was very, very orderly. Some of those times where I was looking for it to, even that one area right here where I was looking for that 20-point drop from like 17 down to, like not 17, yeah, 1707, 97, yeah. I was looking for that to happen in like one candle, and I feel like it really could have. Like what you just saw right there, that was more of the blip that I was looking for. I don't know if those of you who are watching it as closely as I am, but that the move down that we just saw is more of what I was kind of looking to feel into the lows. Took a little stab at the long there. I was caught on the wrong side of what was that fake White House? There's been a bomb type tweet. I don't know how many of you were trading back in that time. I think maybe that was probably around 2016, 2015, maybe 17, somewhere around in that time. There was a fake tweet and all the algos went nuts. Maybe they even hacked a news outlet to do the tweet, so all the algos reacted to it like it was real, and there was a literal kind of flash crash. As I try this long once again, I was long when that happened, I believe, and I was watching the market internals, and before price moved, It was nuts. Some of those internals started to just go absolutely insane. So I scratched that at kind of break even there. I do not like the way that behaved from a risk management point of view. Market's starting to skip around a little bit here, which makes it tough to trade. Very kind of jerky. Notice the difference in this price action I was trading, and then how it's kind of like the bars are getting a little jerky. Trying it again, tight stop, nothing doing. A lot of volatility, which is good. I'm not complaining. B period now, 1 minute into B period. Oh, I think I may have just gotten caught. No, they'll fall through a little bit at least. Passive seller? Oh, they dropped it. Scale. And scratch. It's too easy for him to bring that back down. I gotta turn these off. It's getting messy. Does feel like there's a passive seller right in there absorbing some of that, and then look at how there was no delta, and they just absolutely, there was no bid to stop this thing from going down easily, which is why you saw me scratch and why you saw me not try a reentry or anything like that. So I'm thinking new lows at this point. Still that weak selling on this down leg. Well, you know, yesterday's value is, the high of the day. That's the point at which this sell-off began from. And then to me, this is, I was focused on the upper edge of big picture value. If we I'm not sure if we'll be able to, oh, I keep forgetting we have this right here. Um, and we could put a volume distribution on this as well. Oops. Anyways, there's kind of it's not a great distribution from last week, but this is just a reversion into value. And we essentially went to the most, last week's VWAP close, right? That's kind of where we got to, which is in the dead middle of last week's value. Yeah, we're stabilizing a bit here. Those sellers were weak into that low. Unfortunately, I didn't like the way we were continuing to knock on the door of the low. I would have liked to have seen the market drop through there and kind of wick it and clean it up. And then that would allow me to be aggressive here on buying, but it didn't do that. So I was much more conservative. Let's see if the sellers come back. So the buyers have dominated this overall complex pullback. Let's see if the sellers show back up. A lot more volatility here, so I'm going to slow this chart down, get back to my kind of more normal, not stuck in the mud kind of time frame. Go to 1,000. Couple shops there at kind of what we call a basic imbalance pullback. It had a small, for the scalping folks, a little BSR type of element, basic stop run, which it now doesn't have at the moment. Little jerky here. Gonna scale some out. I know it's jerky in my favor, but I don't like it. Gonna come out of some more. Gonna flatten. Good scale. Can always get back in. A lot of times after a outsized no pullback directional move, right? Big move in a straight line, the market will not just kind of give a clean pullback and go or continue. It will often do something a little bit more complex, like we're seeing here, where it and that, for me, that typically involves a few scratches and stop outs before I can catch kind of the next decent leg. No, I do not limit myself for the number of trades. I'll limit myself the number of of losses with limits there. Yeah, from the weekly perspective, it's now absolutely bearish level. From the monthly DVA perspective, it's still a bullish level. So a little dissonance at this point. Scaled half. A little bit of a passive buyer on both of the last attempted moves down. But it's fine. I'd rather see the aggressiveness shift towards the sellers. There's a lot going on this tape, that's for sure. Just like what we just saw right there, you see the huge amount of buying that comes in and then price doesn't move with it. I really just felt a bit of frustration. I don't want to be out of 75% of this position that I put on, but you know, I have to let go of that because that's the way the market traded in not a very nice way to the downside here with some of the passive buying, this micro extreme fade into development value area low. So yeah, it's just not making it easy to hold more size. I'm going to kind of demand decent momentum from this turning point up here, just based on the passive buyer. It could easily just snap back and become a low. Could try to add some back if this level's going to drop. Probably too messy of a market to allow for it to be held, but I can try it. It's kind of buyer's turn here to respond and see what they can do. So probably going to get taken out of this, the last 25% of this position. I'll go ahead and scratch it. Yeah, Carter trades. It's an important hotkey to have. I would just do a quick Google search for it. NinjaTrader 8 NT8 hotkeys. You'll be able to set it up in no time. So I popped back into this kind of a momentum style. I should be out of this thing. Needed to immediately drop, or I need to just be out of it. So all that passive buying, me looking for the continuation to the downside, and then that last little trade right there where I tried to slam it as the sellers were slamming it, kind of convinced me that we could at least take out the highs, which we just did, of this small consolidation. Looking for more though. It's a good spot here for a leg up to kind of a new swing high based on how we've put in this low. But that's not a good look right here. So I'm getting chopped up a bit here. Unfortunately, it happens. But we got some good conditions here. I wouldn't call my trading emotional here. I would disagree with that. Passive buyers still present. We barely took out those lows. We're really putting in kind of a time-based extreme fade with development value low. So I will re-enter the long. Tight stop per usual. Not everybody can handle tight stops. It's not for everybody. Most newer folks should really give trades a little bit more room, sit back a bit more. But it's just a style that I've grown to like when I'm in that scalping mode. Yeah, exactly. Another re-entry. Definitely a lot of passive buying activity in this, and a big more of it as we speak. Back into the long. We're now into C period. I'll definitely look into scale out of this as we push towards that what is now last week's value high and current week's value low. Might have to start looking for shorts up there. Okay, let's take a scale. If you see what the heck just happened on the tape right there and how quickly I respond to it, things like that happen. A lot of times I am reactionary taking a scale because a lot of times what happens is something like that happens and then something like that, the opposite direction happens a half a second later. So quick scale when you see something nuts happen like that is often a good best practice. That was nuts. Really nuts. Yes, Kuzma, that was into the RTH pit session VWAP. Cheers, Hans. Good to hear. Delta can be a fickle friend indeed. There's nothing perfect about cumulative delta. It's simply a tool showing us aggressiveness of buyers and sellers. And if you start to see that relative to price movement, you start to pick up on some things. I mean, I can't speak to CFDs. It's not a CFDs are not a real market, right? It's like I mean, right? I mean, I could be wrong, but CFDs are kind of wherever the brokerage house says that the price is, right? That's where where it is. I know it's not supposed to be that way, but it's not a true open market, right? Am I wrong about that? I don't know. Um, that's been my understanding of CFDs. If you're trading CFDs, you want to do it with like sports gambling money, not portfolio money. That I will stand behind. Holy smokes. I'm going to flatten and flip to short. And pray that they don't blip that thing up against me. Oh, wild. Scratch out. Certainly a kind of a dissonant spot here narrative wise. I'm leaning on the bear narrative. Well, let's answer the guy who's spamming the chat. We shouldn't answer the people who spam chat, but it tends to work. It is an effective strategy, I think. You do get noticed. Oh, I guess he just got kicked out. But this is trading through NinjaTrader brokerage. He got kicked out, and then he got the answer to the question after he was kicked. Sorry, bud. Oh, really? That's interesting. Got our VWAP just above here. Makes sense. We might kind of vacuum into it. But I will be in stock short mode. Who hurt you, SHH? Do you need some love? You are loved. There's so many good things in the world. You can find that for yourself. Okay, initial fill here is from 215.50. Just taking like a mental note. Stopped for now, but still in the hunt unless something really changes. Baxter, it's a great question. It really is. He's asking about, average daily range and kind of understanding when it's above, when you've kind of moved above that. Um, does it make sense to look for continuation because you've already moved more than what's normal? I think that is an acceptable way of doing things, but a second-rate way of doing things, in my opinion. I think that if you learn something like reading narrative and seeing real contextual risk reward and where the market can go to in terms of destinations and things like that, you learn to see moments where I'm just still stalking this while I talk, where an above average daily range would make sense, right? Like to me, at least on one time frame, there is a narrative here that says NQ is going to 22,987, right? That's a long, long ways down from here. That's a big, way bigger than average lately daily range, those type things. So I tend to focus more on what my timeframes and tools show me is the potential at any given moment, even if that might be a continuation play where we've already gone more than an ADR or ATR or whatever you like to use. So that's my take on it. Back into the short. Don't like you notice on the delta, the buyers came right back. You hate to see it. Need the sellers to push to energize this. It's in the middle. I appreciate that. It is in the middle intraday. It is not in the middle on some other contextual timeframes, right? It's absolutely a trade from an edge. Yeah, weird spot between weekly and monthly. I agree. But I really like the look of the weekly. So that's what I'm leaning on. Good response from sellers here. That's right, Toby. Jinx. Yeah, AQ. I think that this is a monthly IPB. It's a dissonant, bullish spot on the monthly for sure. Do I still incorporate things from Lance? Kind of some of the thinking, like I alluded to earlier, he talks about like the meta game, you know, and where stops are and how to both enter. I remember him talking about he would be like trying to get in, let's say along from lower, but he would also have a high kind of upper threshold of where he would chase it and it would still be acceptable for him, right? Like things like that. Like you've seen me do some of that here today, like on the crude oil play early in the stream. So yeah, I mean, I learned a lot from Lance. I think he's one of the really, really, really good ones in the industry. Well, I'm trading on a pure retail account here with the same commissions as any of you guys here, right? That's kind of one of the cool things about this is it's not some like, you know, like our 106J, you know, prop rates and things like that. This is pure retail trading here for you on this stream. That's true. Micros are going to be amplified. That's true. That's true. Heck yeah. High commissions rock. Love it. Oh, me. We pretty much never run any kind of promotion or sale or anything like that, Mike. We price it right, and we're not really in the business of all that kind of stuff. We just have a good product and price it right, and if you want to be a part of it, it's there. We do offer what is it, like bundles, right? Like if you wanted Nadro and scalping, you could get a several $1,000 discount or whatever on doing that. Just reach out to support@apterostrading.com. You can't take me moving a stop or not moving a stop as like a real like that's the way he does it. That's the way his process calls for him to move the stop here or there. That's not that's not like where my stop is, given that my hands are always on the hotkeys and that's how I operate and I respond very quickly to moves. Where my stop physically is at any given time. A lot of times it's just at like an emergency stop location. If I'm going to be focused more on you guys in the chat, and or another thing that comes up for me, like one of my desk traders, and I'm dealing with something else, then I'm going to put a stop somewhere where I kind of like for sure want to be out of the trade. But a lot of times for me, a stop is in kind of an emergency stop location. And as those of you who've been watching me for a couple months, I'm banging out manually, scratching stuff, getting out real quickly when it's well, I wouldn't call where the technical stop is right now a sucker stop. I would say if I had it right up here in this region, right around 230, 231, that would be the sucker stop. Because if we're getting to where I'm stopping out, there's like a 90% chance we're getting up into here, right? So I'm just kind of saving myself a little bit. So no, I would not call my stop the sucker stop. Definitely struggling to go lower here. Buyers are responding. A little bit of a weird lull in what has been some good movement. A little bit of a passive seller capping the attempted push higher from buyers. Strong buying. Stowe.
Oh, unmute. Hey, I did it.
I did the same thing when I came on. How you
How's
doing?
it going, brother? Good. I'm at
Good.
the beach, Merritt.
Oh, let's go. Nice. What part of the country?
We went to Ocean City, Maryland.
Nice.
Yeah. We have never been here, and it is cool, man.
Nice.
Oh, another big lot at 220. Wow.
Yep.
Somebody is doing some serious partying. This is cool.
Was that a Miller Lite I saw?
No, this is a Lagunitas NA IPA.
Nice.
But it is beer-ish. But I'm on vacation, right, baby?
Nice. Love it.
This is my the morning beer is a treat that you don't often get to have anymore. And an NA morning beer still counts a little bit for me. So
good for you, man. Enjoy it.
Thanks, man. How's the morning been? I just turned this thing on and it is pretty gnarly.
Yeah, I caught the down move early, and then I
Okay.
have given it all back and some.
Okay.
Kind of flip-flopping between playing the retracement unsuccessfully and playing the continuation unsuccessfully. So
I see.
that's my morning.
Dude, that happens to me on those down days too. It's yeah. I find that I often play these days much better when I start them at like 11 a.m. as opposed to being there for the whole morning. So I might have got lucky today, saved myself some money by accident. This is cool.
Nice.
This is a lot of I don't have a Dom pulled up right now, so I'm trading a little bit blind for me, but this is some serious delta coming in at all
It
these
has
strikes.
been wild, all on the buying side since we put in the lows. Just absolute insane panic buys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if they're afraid of something, that's fine.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, good morning, chat. I think I got everything. All right, I got 2 laptops working. This setup is ridiculous. I drug
Love
my
it.
silly microphone here. Yeah, 2 laptops. Chat's over here. Production team's over here. Merritt's over here. Cool. I think it's happening. I'm lucky that the Wi-Fi is pretty good. I was worried I was going to get here and we were going to do the tech check and Austin was going to be like,
That's
yeah,
always
dude.
a risk when traveling. Hotels sometimes can be super slow.
Yep. Working our way back to VWAP finally. I guess this slope's looking pretty good. Like it might have found a bottom down there, huh?
Certainly could. I've got a really good line in the sand here around this, call it 220 area, that if it holds, it's new low of day plus some.
Okay.
But if it breaks, then back to the scene of the crime for sure. So to me, this is the spot, which is why I'm still leaning on the short side until we start to hold above this region.
Okay. Yeah, 220. That's ringing some bell. Like, I don't know. I feel like we have auctioned this like crazy before this move.
That was where we just absolutely like settled into on Friday and just like went totally sideways.
Okay, cool.
And whatnot.
Yeah, I got to pull up the high time. I got a lot of stuff I got to do. But oh, cool. Hide that thing.
Getting that remote setup dialed in.
Yes. It's pretty weird. All right, cool. Well, I got this VWAP long. I was just kind of like, well, I might as well hit this. It looks like it's walking itself back up. So I did get long at 202.
Nice.
Yeah, not too bad. And then I guess I scalped this. I also scalped the anchored VWAP on the way up too from the low. Yeah, that was just purely on vibes though. Now I'm actually looking at the higher time frame, and this does look like the spot, huh? Okay. What are some things you do to stay on the side of these shorts, like when they retrace? Because I find that the short retracement is much more evil than, a long pullback. I think that's why I'm able to manage a long day better than a short day.
Yeah. I think for me it's context, right? If the sell-off in which you're thinking about playing a continuation short from gave a condition shift where there's a bearish line in the sand and opportunity, then I think to me it's worth it, even though a lot of times markets go up. But I'm gonna lean on that context and lean on those levels until we get back above them. Then I'm gonna be trading like Stowe, buying dips and actually making some money.
Yeah. Well, not always, dude. This low looks really sus too down there. 110. 3 hits, huh? Triple bottoms, they always hold, right?
Yeah. That's part of the short plan for sure. That's a nice little scale out on stops below there.
Yeah, no, IB low hasn't been taken out yet either. Okay, cool. All right. Well, we got something to look at today. That's good.
Yes, sir. You going to Chicago next week?
Yes, I am. You coming?
Nice. I'm gonna try, man. We have
Okay.
like a parents' night thing at the school that I'm trying to weasel my way out of. So we'll see.
Yeah, man, those school gets you doing everything. It's crazy. The amount once your kid starts going to school, you're like, oh, okay. I see why my parents didn't have anything to do ever other than this.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's cool. Well, I hope to see you there, man.
Yeah, that'll be cool.
I'm excited to hang. I get to meet everybody in real life.
Yeah.
That's what I told Shab. I was like, yeah, it's like my whole Twitter feed's gonna be in a bar in person.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's gonna be awesome. Let's see. Yeah, just stalling up here, huh?
Yep. All right, so I have a another appointment I have to get to, but
All right, brother.
Chat, I'm still working the shorts until we accept and hold above that kind of 219, 220 region. So I'm short right now, and we'll be holding it for a big move down if it works. Otherwise, it's just going to be, you know, more paper cuts for me at per usual. But yeah,
That's a good spot,
that's where
dude.
I got to leave it with you. And good luck, Stowe.
Thanks, brother. I like
hope
it.
to see
That's
you in
very
Chicago.
good.
That'll be fun if I can get away.
Yeah, please do. Hit me up. Let me know what your plans are if you do sort that.
I will
Sounds
do.
great.
See you. Bye, chat.
All right. Good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Tracy. Good morning. That'd be cool if me and Kane did a Blues Brothers trip. I might, yeah, that might show my age a little bit. That I know what that is. I assume Kane knows what the Blues Brothers is, but you never know. All right, this is fine. This is fine. If it's gonna take me out there, it's gonna take me out there. Cool. It's a good spot for that stop. 9 points. Cool. Yeah, Cooper. I think that low. I think that low is going to warrant a retest. One rule that I've kind of come up for myself on these short days is I stopped trying to look for continuation anywhere inside of actual value. And this delta profile is pretty crazy. Let's look at it before it resets, and then we can go back through and talk about the day. So, you know, we talk about blue team, red team all the time, and you can see it here at the low. You've got red team versus blue team. This isn't no size down here, by the way. So, I mean, when you've got 300 against 300 down there, that's a decent amount. It's just, it looks extremely small in comparison to the rest of the delta volume profile. So that's why this is not that sticking out as much. But yeah, you see buyers definitely win this, and it's quite thin. No real passive selling attempt the whole way back up. So, you know, I just turned the screen on and saw this big move, you know, all these heavy delta candles, this push. I put an anchored VWAP on that bit of the leg, and, you know, I just got back in here off these bounces and took some quick 10-point scalps. So that was cool. And then, you know, you had supportive bid come back in here. And this is where also, you know, you want to get in is when you see, you know, the bid being supportive. This is passive buying that is keeping the market from going lower. So that's why I felt good about that ad. I got it off at the RTH VWAP, which is right here. And then I was flat. Once we got above that, though, then, you know, I got back in here, like right a little bit above where my exit was. And yeah, we just continue higher. But like, this is insane. This is a lot. This is not just a big seller, but like this is also the market buying, painfully. This is hate buying, anger buying. So yeah, so that's what we're doing. That's what our trade is today. Good morning, Cooper. Good morning, Sir Gisson. Good morning, Trader Nautilus. Good morning. Good to see you again. Yeah, that's true, Jay. School is like, it is wild. And then once you start throwing like one or two extracurriculars into that equation too, then you're like, and you're really partying. So, but it's fun. That's what's fun about having a kid. You get to go on like different versions of your own adventure. Like we went to the ocean today. Willow went into the ocean for the first time ever. Like, do you know how cool that is? That's so sick. Just to watch my girls jump in the ocean and, see your kid experience waves for the first time. Like, dude, how do you beat that? You don't. Yeah, the ocean is scary for sure. Throne shop. Hey, Omni. Morning, brother. Hey, Waffles, what's up? Yeah, firmament. I mean, it does look like that for now. It's important on these, like, I don't know. You got, yeah. Let's go back and we'll look at the whole thing. This trade can just do what it's doing. We don't want to. We've made plenty of points today, and that stops in a good place. All right, so hey, cool. So my 30-second OR held up nice. So let's go back. We'll look at this. Also, sorry, my position tracker is not working because I'm on MNQ. I switched to micros for that last trade. I'm just in my cash account. So yeah, pretty interesting pivot. Obviously this, you should put it on your chart if you want to see what Globex is up to. So snap long off and then big. These are both both of these sets of candles, especially for Globex, are pretty emotional. That's extreme buying with buying exhaustion. This is extreme selling with selling exhaustion. So like, I don't know if there was news. And then, it served as a pretty good spot, good pivot either way. We opened, sold through it, and then it was, it was the pivot to sell from for the rest of the day. And I mean, this is a nasty liquidation. Good grief. Wasn't even 10 minutes into the day. And it's just stuck. You can see it's just holding that -2 the whole way down. Like that is some serious selling. Found a bottom, checked it 3 times, which is pretty poor, but whatever. And then so far it's cleanly walking itself back up with, good healthy retracements, I would say. One leg back down, one leg back down. So yeah, we just need another leg here, or if we pull back in, make a lower low here, that'll be sign for me to stop trying along until perhaps down here in the 150s. We can see this retested. But I don't know. I would guess the IB low gets taken out at some point today. And one of the IBs is usually taken out. That's why I say that. I mean, I guess it could be the high, but that seems a little silly. So yeah, we'll just keep that up here. Have we retested the overnight low? Not really. We broke it, kind of got out of it, and then just liquidated back through it. So we haven't really come up to talk to these guys again. So I'd like to see reaction here. And then my general rule for these big liquidation days, if I want to try a short continuation, and this is just for me because I I'm so early to shorts as a rule. Yeah, it's not good. So my little protection for myself against that is I wait until this +1 gets tested. And so I'll look for a re-entry up here. I'm not going to mess around with a short entry anywhere, but I will scalp longs on the trip to this because I'm more comfortable seeing that on the tape. I did see Drunk Radish. I did see Thrasher fries. Are those good? Cool. I mean, feel free. Drop your Ocean City tips for me because I've never been here. Neither of us have. None of us. It's a pretty good Drunk Radish. This is not the best one, but this is a pretty good non-alcoholic IPA. The Lagunitas. I think if I was to rank them, I think Sierra Nevadas is the best one, followed by Athletic. Yeah. I've almost gone through them all. Mike Smith, yeah, that Delta indicator is it's part of the Orderflow Labs suite of tools. It's just called the Delta Volume Profile. Man, that's they're really selling off of this. No, Frintintin. She didn't ask where it ends. But I was like, we can wave to Kane right now. So Kane, if you're in here, I did wave earlier. If you squint, you can see us. Matt, does it still say sold out? All right, I gotta hit Leo up about that. Trader Nautilus, do I watch for quarter and last quarter highs and low? No. No, I don't. That's a little quarterly stuff. Like I know that there's like quarterly view ops to watch. I don't get that far. I don't look at anything that's older than a month. Not that there isn't edge to that. It's just like that gets really noisy for me. And it just becomes it's hard for me to execute those ideas because you typically need like I don't know, a billion tries or like a wider swingier stop loss. I don't know. Hey, good morning, Chris. What's up, brother? Okay, cool. Drunk Radish. I'll sort that. I will get those fries today. I will do it. It is feeling a little rejecty. But that's okay. Let's see what time we got. We got 15 minutes till the close. Okay. Yeah, just use a 300-point stop. See what I mean? Yeah. I mean, it's not that you can't do that. It's like if you're trying to swing trade futures, I guess you could do that. I just don't. I mean, I don't swing trade anything because I don't know. If I'm being honest, that probably if I'm not over managing something, I don't know what to do with it. So it's a skill issue, not a will issue on my part. What's my buy zone a lock? My buy zone did slap yesterday. I don't know if anybody traded that, but I did after the close or after I got off the stream. We did get to that 60 spot. That was awesome. I was like, man, I hope somebody bought this. I think I can go back and we can see where it was. before did that pretty big liquidation we got. Yeah, right here. Yep. Like just like we were talking, we pulled right back to this 60 spot. I mean, it tried several times before, but I did buy that. That was great. My fills aren't on here because this is a laptop, not my. I'm actually really impressed that this is running all the software I need quite well. But yeah, that was a good buy zone. So that's a good for us to know that I should just be patient and wait for those because it's not like I can't spot them. We got stopped. Let's see what we get here at this anchored VWAP. We have this bid coming in. So might take one more shot at this. I got MNQ on. Okay. So yeah, I don't really have one. I don't really have a buy zone on this a lock. It's a pretty crowded spot right now. If these buys don't work here, then like this is a lot of selling. This is a good short that Merritt was in. So, I guess if the IB gets taken out, and that stack gets checked, then, I'll be happy to get back in down there. But that just depends on what that's going to be doing. We'll see later today. It might have just needed to stop me out. Then it can keep running. We'll see. We'll see if it pulls back to VWAP again. Seems to have held this 195 spot nicely. So this is just a little balance that we're trading in right now. But I'm also being extra cautious because I'm not in my normal environment. Like I'm in a weird room, in a weird hotel room with a laptop, a single screen. I have two laptops, so I can talk to you guys. But yeah, when you don't have all the tools that you're normally used to, it's a good idea to take it easy and just get acclimated to the new environment. I don't know, Omni. It's working great. It's got a Core i7. Actually, my dad loaned it to me, so I don't have a single clue about it. I did order a new laptop for work, but it won't be here until next month. It's doing really good. That's right, Fractal. I will smash some French fries with malt vinegar. I will do yes, I will do ridiculous food things on vacation like that. I will just go through them, no stops. Call this a cheat week. That's cool, Jack. I think NQ has the most reward, like scalpy reward of all of them. Just because of the ranges and the points, like the money per point per range size, while still being like pretty liquid. So I know that's why a lot of us prefer it. It is, of course, it's a popular market to trade. Most people that are streaming on the internet seem to trade it for some reason. So I found that interesting too. But yeah. What did I order? I got a Dell something. I forget. People much smarter than me, Leo, helped me with that. So I'm just like, oh, excuse me, big cat, can you tell me which computer I need to make my stuff work the way it should work? And he's like, oh yeah, hold on, here it is. What's a Falcon computer, JD Trader? Is that the brand? Falcon Computers? Okay, cool. I'll check it out. I have the alien thing for my desktop. That thing is incredible. It's super powerful, and Leo helped me with that too. So Leo's my guy. Everybody's got a guy. And Cell City up here. This is wild. I can't believe this is working. I was like, dude, when we got to the place, I mean, it's like an oldie timey beach hotel. I was like, I don't even know if they're gonna have Wi-Fi. Like it doesn't have TV. So, but somehow I got in and I did a speed check last night and was just like, this is incredible. So good things. But what are you guys doing? You guys doing anything fun for a Tuesday? Anything more fun than chilling at the beach with your girls? I should leave a review. Franz, yes, losing money, fair enough. That's not, as long as you're losing money with friends, that's all you need. You can still have fun losing money with friends. Oh, that's pretty good. Might leave a beer review too. I used to make beer back in the day, and I did it professionally too for a little while. And I haven't been inspired to make my own beer in years until I switched to these NA beers. And there is really no like, I don't know. There's something about it that I think I could execute better at home than can be done on a macro scale. So I think I'm going to try. I'm going to buy this again. I think I'm going to try to make my own low ABV beer at home. I think I'm getting back into home brewing, which is weird. My wife's going to be, have some things to say about that for sure, because it's a messy process. It's also super dangerous, but yeah, I think I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to go for it. Yeah. Throne Shop. It's totally the taste. I also got into so I'm super into terpenes in general, and like that's what I like about an IPA. Like I like IPAs, I like hoppy beers. I like experimenting with hops in general. That's what I loved about being a brewer. Yeah, hops and the chemical reaction that it's just super interesting to me. Always has been. As I get older, like the super big beers that most of these, it's probably just a trend thing too, but the super big beers that most of these hops go into and are utilized with are like, I mean, they're like 8%, 9-10%. I'm like, I'm 40. I got a kid, and like I can't be jamming these beers. That's cool when you're younger, but you know, it's hard. You start to feel like garbage in the morning pretty consistently the older you get. So it has to do with that, you know, also just getting healthier in general. Beer does have a lot of benefits to it, but most of them are like not the alcohol part. And but the terpene thing, there's a lot of the same terpenes that are in medicinal cannabis use that are in the hop plant. Like the hop plant and the cannabis plant are very similar. So A lot of them that are good for anxiety, like Lumaline, Myrcene is also the one of them. There's a couple. You can just look this up. But the terpenes that have been discovered to be good for anxiety in cannabis plants, and and that can be with CBD too. It doesn't need to be the psychoactive element. Those exist in hops also. So if you can figure out how to get the mouthfeel, body, and taste out of the beer without the alcohol content, like I'm 100% into that idea, because the alcohol bit is the byproduct that makes me, feel like garbage in the morning. So if I could eliminate that part in general, that's the ideal scenario for me. Oh, thank you, Driver Trades. I appreciate that. Yeah, Nicholas, the Athletic is really good. It's really good. Sierra Nevada is, I would put it right up there with Athletic. Yeah, I think so. I didn't run this morning because it was, we got in so late last night, but yeah, I'm going to run tomorrow morning for sure. The weather is nice here. Like, it's going to be 78 tops for, the whole week. So that's nice. Like 60s muggy in the morning. That is my like wheelhouse run temperature. Something about humidity, like low temp humidity, I become like an invincible runner in those conditions. I don't know if it's just like the humid air that makes my lungs feel good. Like, I don't know what it is, but I get more energy than if it's colder and not humid. Holy Moses, Curtis, 99 in Japan. I thought Japan and are we on like a similar? I like that map that shows me like the different parts of the world climates in relation to the climates in the United States, so I can understand it. I thought Japan is pretty close to Pennsylvania. Is it not? Maybe I'm way off. Maybe I need to pull that map up again. I have never been to Japan. I've always wanted to go there. Maybe someday I'll put that on the list. Oh, you did, Carter? That's cool. Okay, it's a very long country. Okay, that makes sense, Curtis. Fair enough. Do you like Japan? I see a lot of stuff on the internet. You guys have some cool snacks. And for some reason, the thing I keep seeing on the internet is that the thing about how all foods in Japan that have a picture of the food on the bag itself have to be exactly that on the inside, like same size, same shape, same everything. That's so interesting. Oh, okay. So it's like the whole East Coast. Okay, cool. Okay. Cool. Okay, Carter. I see you over there, bougie, shady side. We lived in my wife and I lived in Squirrel Hill for a very long time. That was great. We loved it over there. 3 of the best pizza places in the city, all in the same like 2 blocks. That's cool. Is what happens when my stream starts. I don't know if you've noticed that, but they like to keep me in a 25-point range no matter what, no matter when this is happening. I think my wife likes boba tea. I'd have to check. I highly doubt my kid would drink that. Yeah. I don't know. She surprises me sometimes. I see we've moved the point of control to my entry. That's always fun. I'm kind of getting a vibe, like an interesting vibe today that I've never experienced. I've never done this. Like I've never taken my stuff and traded somewhere else. But today we were at the beach, and we got to the beach at like 8 and just hung out, nice and cool, nobody there. Came back, I logged in, took a couple trades. We're gonna go do some other stuff, and I was like, man, we could just do this anywhere forever. I had that epiphany for the first time. So I'm like, I see why some people travel and trade. This makes sense. Like, I mean, we like it so much. We're like, we should add a couple days. We should do some other stuff. So I was like, yeah, no problem. I got the trading desk. We'll just we'll keep going. The traveling trader. That's cool, David. Was it awesome? Was it as awesome as I imagined that it was? Because that's what, I don't know. I immediately romanticized it like right away. So I don't know if that's realistic or not. Curtis is making a real good case for Japan. That's what I mean. Curtis is saying everything about Japan that I've always assumed was true. So I'm not shocked in any way, but I can't believe that that's real. All right, so we got filled on our first guy. I don't really have any I don't really have a better spot for this stop. I guess I could put it up here. Can zoom in a bit as Europe closes here. Maybe we can see if we can get to the top of this range, get back up to that overnight high. But if this thing is defeated, we should be done with it for a while because it has been partied on. Woo! Carter Trades is stoked. Young Bleezy, Ocean City, Maryland. Yeah, I could do it with Starlink. Isn't that crazy? You could just do that. I don't know. I used to travel the country without a cell phone, and I had a calling card and maps and MapQuest directions back in the day. So just the idea that you can take like a tiny solar powered satellite dish with you and do whatever you want. And it's a pretty amazing world that we live in. Mark, you think I should be the traveling trader? I don't think so. I like being home a little too much for that. It's a cool idea though, to maybe make I could make a long run. We talk about, my kid's a little too young for it now, but I want to do the vacation, like drive across country to Wally World. Obviously not to Wally World, but we would get like an RV and go to the Grand Canyon, Hoover Dam, do all the stuff, hit all the, world's biggest ball of yarn, world's biggest cast iron skillet on the way, That's on the bucket list for sure. As much as I've got to travel in my life, I never got to really do any off the beaten path stuff like that. It was always just extremely structured. Get to the next venue. I basically saw a bar in every town in America for a couple decades. It's not that fun. It would have been much cooler to see the world's biggest ball of yarn. But that's a good look at that. Exhaustive pop into VWAP and faded right back under this. So this looks not great anymore. Tintin, I'm pretty good with being off my phone, to be honest. I really like, I don't even like it at all. If it wasn't a necessity for work and, you know, the other things that society has made it a necessity for, I would go back to, I would get that, like, you know, that the Cricket phone that they, is that what it's called? I think it's like, it's not Cricket. It's some bug. It's like the old person phone with just like, it has big numbers. You can just call your grandma on it. Like that cell phone, the cell phone for grandmas. Like that's what I would switch back to, honestly, if I had the choice. I would just get a nice camera and a grandma phone, and then I would be good. Yeah, exactly. Like a Nokia, like an indestructible Nokia. Exactly. Ooh, that's cool. Went to Wyoming for a whole week with your day job. Slept in a tent? That's insane. See, that's crazy. That's crazy that that's even an option. That's so cool. That Elon guy has done a couple good things, I guess. Oh, there you go. ABCD 1, 2, 3, 4. We drove across the country in 1977 with AAA maps. So this might actually be Clark Griswold's burner. But yeah, you used to have to go to AAA and you would tell them and be like, hey, I'm trying to go here. How do I do it? And they're like, okay, well, here's all the maps. This is how you're going to have to do it. And they would literally plan your trip. Like Google Maps used to be an office somewhere that you would walk into and talk to somebody about your drive. Isn't that crazy? Stormtrooper Vlogs asks, brother, what do you think about air stock? I'm sorry you're down. I don't think anything about any stocks as a rule. And yeah, my only advice for anybody that's down in the position is just losers average losers. So don't get stuck. You can always get out if you feel like you need to. Never feel trapped in a position. Mike, you like the order flow delta? Do you mean the delta? This is an order flow labs tool, the delta volume profile. So that's where that comes from. That's not part of the order flow NinjaTrader bundle. Oh, Coos Country got it. It was called the Jitterbug. That's what it was. That's the grandma phone. Somebody else remembers those old commercials too. Yeah, the Jitterbug. That's what I would get. The grandma phone. That's so cool. Or Junebug. It was one. It had something to do with a bug. Ooh, we got an edge alert. Silver futures trading at 39.5K. Up to the upside. Okay. Silver's on the move. If anybody trades it, needs to know that. Yeah, AAA triptych. You know. I would have to manually locate gas stations for my parents. Yes. You used to have to do all that stuff manually. Yeah. It's weird. The world used to be an analog place. It was cool. I mean, it wasn't all good. I mean, there have been some advances. Like, for example, I can buy and sell NQ from a weird hotel room, as opposed to having to be in Chicago wearing a special shirt and yelling at people. So that's a good advancement. But yeah, I also feel like there's been a bit of a brain drain. I mean, Jay, I would take Life Alert now. Why not? Who doesn't want that? I'd probably set it off by accident though. I used to have that. Yeah, I had a security system forever ago that I used to do that with. Those people were there all the time. Hey, ASF. Bullish on special shirts. ASF says, why don't I short? Today seems like a reasonable day to do so. Yes, I agree. It does seem reasonable, but I went over this before. Maybe you got on. So my rule, because shorts tend to retrace a little harder than longs do. Just anecdotally, I noticed that in my own trading. So I wait on a big liquidation day. I wait for this +1 standard deviation band in RTH to get into a continuation short, especially if I'm seeing intraday price action like this. So this is like, we're walking up, we're auctioning this now. So, I mean, this could be the short spot and I miss it, and that's fine. I'm personally more comfortable scalping longs. So I'm willing to scalp on the way back to that short target. And then, may possibly look for a short entry up here. But I mean, my clues on the day that are telling me that I'm also not trying a long inside of this -1 to -2 area. So now that we're back into this value and I've got a good point to anchor my VWAP off of the bottom there, I'm willing to scalp these longs, into VWAP. The slope is turning up on the bottom band. The top band is flattening out. So ultimately, I'm just scalping longs back into this spot. And then this is where I'm going to look for a short, which for me needs to be an A+ setup, because I can't take B trades with shorts, just because I can't. I literally can't manage them as well for whatever reason, but that's just that's what I've admitted to myself that I'm comfortable with, and I'm sticking to it. Oh yeah, hit us with some likes, like and subscribe. You keep me traveling around the world. I made it to Maryland so far. We'll see how far we can get next. But yeah, this is cool, and we appreciate you and letting us know that you want us to keep doing this. It keeps me bringing my laptop on trips and gets me excited to talk markets and have a good time. So. Firmament, that's funny. Yeah, that's true, Susie. I don't have that's why I don't have an Apple Watch. I don't want something telling me what my pulse is all the time. It's just that's not good for a for a OCD weirdo to constantly know it's going off like, oh, are you having a heart attack right now? I'm like, I don't know, am I? That's what would happen to me constantly. My brother-in-law tried to buy me one of those. There was like a ring that did that. He's like, yeah, you should get this health ring. Number one, it was like $500, and that's insane. But he's like, yeah, it told me I was sick like 2 days before I was sick. I'm like, that doesn't seem like something I want. I would rather enjoy those 2 days before I got sick with the freedom of not thinking about the fact that I was about to get sick. You know what I mean? I don't know how that's a benefit. Franz, I did. I normally move to break even. I'm just not. I'm wrong below this. So that's why I just slid it up here to a 9-point stop instead. And then if we break above VWAP and head a little higher, I should put this here. Then I'll drag it up a little further, but I don't like to just go to break even or just go into profit based on the first order. I'd like to still have some discretion about where that stop is. Not that I can't get back in, but like, I don't know, it's going to cost me $2 or whatever, like $1.60 if I have to get back in. So I already have the expense on for the lot that's in there. I might as well try to protect it reasonably. Yes, Damon, these are it's RTH VWAP bands. So this is calculated from the 9:30 Eastern time open. Ooh, there we go. Oh, Tracy, that's good. The not so distant future in a world. In a world where Trump meets with Xi Jinping in a not so distant future. Oh, wow. Cool. 1%. That's a lot lower than they are. This dude's got jokes. It's so good. Not even Waller could drop rates to 1%. Hey, good job, Curtis. Good job, homie. Nice work, dude. Good job, buddy. That's great. Congratulations. Good work, Curtis. Maybe we can get our fearless leader to move this price back up to the overnight high retest. Probably not. Or I'll just go flat in 10 minutes and go sit by the pool. That's probably what's actually going to happen. Wherever we're staying has like a mermaid show at 11. I think that's where my kid went. I don't quite know what that is, but seems dangerous. Cool. Good night, Curtis. Thanks for hanging, bud. Armgabar, hi to you as well. Right now I have the VWAP anchored at this point right here, which is not the low of the day, but it is. I like to put it on the low of where the new leg began. So if I look at this price action back here, obviously this is consolidation, this is the first attempt to break out of it. It needed a little bit more, and then this is finally the point at which the leg began to reverse. So I put it here at the beginning of that reversal leg, just to give me an idea of like what this leg is doing. If that makes sense. No, Cooper, it gets worse than this, dude. Wait till this afternoon. I'm going to be on with XY and it'll be worse. I promise. Hey, what's up, Jim? How's it going, man?
Dude, I thought you were supposed to be on the beach or something.
I'm next to the beach. I'm beach adjacent right now. But yeah, I can't. I turned on the markets for a second, see what's going on.
Yeah, it looks like you have a fruitful trade going.
It's doing something. Yeah, I told Merritt I got lucky, but the beach saved me today. I probably take a couple stops back here on this in this mess. at around overnight lows. So, hey, man, better lucky than good. That's what I like to say.
Well, there you go. Maybe this should be the thing, right? Your trade plan of the day. Wake up, go to the beach, come back,
Yeah,
place a trade, go to
dude.
the beach.
I know. I'm starting to see where your chill vibes come from. We were on that beach. I was like, oh man, can you imagine we got to go sit by this every day?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be crazy. So yeah, we're really enjoying it. We've never been to a proper, we've never taken the kid to the ocean. So it's been fun. It was hilarious to watch her figure it out. She was shocked at how powerful the waves were. She was like, whoa, what is happening?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Water is a serious thing.
Wow. That's fantastic, man. You guys are going to have a great time.
Yeah, should be good. Should be good.
Yeah. So what's the game plan for this trade we got cooking here?
Oh, I'm just trying to get to the overnight low. I don't think it's going to happen. We are, I mean, somebody and all of their friends are piling in to passively sell this this area. So I don't know. We'll need some sort of crazy tweet or something to stop these folks out. I feel like they've almost got stopped out like 5 times now. I don't know. But so yeah, I'm just gonna hold on to this, and then I'm gonna look for short continuation up here, 60s and 70s, around the overnight low. That's what I like to see get a retest anyway in the morning if that short's going to continue. And I don't know, it just didn't get enough of it at 9:45. It was such a fast liquidation.
Yeah.
Which is also why I'm long. I would rather be in a fast liquidation long than something that is ground down all day.
Good point. The grinding could mean just everyone's just eventually getting the memo and there's no buyers.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, this is like if something is snapped like that and then eventually reverses, I'm much happier to get in that long reversal than a quick, if something has been grinding down and then starts to reverse, that's usually more of just a relief reversal that is going to come back in my face. So also anecdotally, I don't have any data for that. That's just what feels like happens to me, but
yeah,
I don't know.
All right. I'm going to be keeping my, my fingers crossed for you on this one.
All right. So thanks, man.
Are you back this afternoon?
I'll be back this afternoon. Yep. With XY, possibly, hopefully not sunburnt. It's really sunny out there. I'm going to try my best. We'll see. If I come back burnt to a crisp, we'll have some laughs though, at least.
Yeah. We'll have to get you a NinjaTrader uniform shirt to wear.
That's what I'm saying. Do we have a NinjaTrader rash guard? That would be cool.
I don't know. We have to ask that Shab about that. Oh man. Anyway, all right. Well, awesome, man. Thank you for being here. I know you go enjoy your family and all that stuff. We'll see you this afternoon. Looking forward to that. And thanks for again, everybody. Hit that thumbs up button. Hardest working man in the trading business right here. Stowe from Order Flow Labs. Thanks, Stowe.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, chat. I'll see you in a bit.
All right, I'm going to pop up a couple charts here. We're going to do a quick edge report. Treasury bonds are the story. We talked about this morning with Deli and Shai, and we had an inside bar early this morning. And, it's a very rare event when you have an inside bar on the 30-year Treasury bonds. So I was looking for a breakout, and we did get a breakout to the upside. I didn't know if it was going to be a breakout to the upside or a break down to the downside. You wouldn't say break up to the downside, would you? No, you'd say break down to the downside. And so sure enough, that's what happened. Let's kind of open this up a little bit. And I have 2 different anchored VWAPs on here, and we broke both of them, right? Buyers in charge. Really pretty big candle here, which means yields are coming down. We're up about a little bit over a half a handle, 18.30 seconds. So this is kind of a nice move up here, which is kind of surprised me. That's kind of this. Look at where the low is here. This low is really kind of, it's not a perfect turnaround doji, but small body candle here on the 16th. Big wick on the bottom, big wick on the top. That suggests the battle between buyers and sellers finished in the middle. There's no clear winner. Sellers couldn't continue. Next day, another perfect doji, and then finally a direction. 1, 2, 3 days up. and we're driving back up past all of these fib levels as well. This yield was this morning's yield. I'm sure it's a lot lower than 4.965. So ignore that on my chart. Stochastics are crossing up pretty nicely here. I don't think this day's over, though. I think Treasury bonds, there could be some opportunities. We rallied all the way up to Jax 1, if you could believe that. These Mentor Q levels, I'm going to keep both days on here for a second. These Mentor Q levels are really keen. I mean, they act as targets. You don't always get there, but when you do, you do. I mean, boom, we're tapping it right now, 114, even right now on Jax 1. Maybe it'll act as resistance, but look at this point of control. Point of control, this is a double distribution, old point of control, new point of control. And this one's the dominant point of control right above R1 at 113.30. So maybe we'll go sideways around that level. I don't know. Going forward here throughout the day, we don't expect any more. Earnings will come out again, which could drive a lot of these markets after hours today as well. We'll talk about that with Shy and hot commodities. But yesterday's point of control is a lot lower, right? Well, it's not a lot lower, but it's lower in kind of the original point of control here from this morning, same price, right? So we didn't really have any movement. The London session was kind of, and then boom, we took off. So it was kind of a nice rally for the 30-year U.S. Treasury bonds, which is interesting. The dollar is still pretty negative. Let's take a look at the Euro FX daily chart really quickly here. This retracement back down from this doji high almost hit 38.1%. This is a daily Euro FX versus the US dollar chart. And then boom, we're above that 23.6. We're above the ADMA. We're above the 21 EMA. Dollar's getting weak again against the euro. And we have some targets here. We have a target. The high close, forget about all this stuff up here. I want to look for closes. The high close happened right here, 6:30. That's one spot 1835. That's my target. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, but this is looking pretty bullish. And look at the stochastics. Boom, they're shooting almost straight up. So again, there are buyers involved in the Euro FX market, and we are going to have some of those levels, some of those Jax levels, Mentor Q, Gamma levels, whatever you want to call them, as well as some pivot levels as well. Let me get this straightened out a little bit better here. So yeah, double distribution, volume profile is skewed to the bottom, but we have a move afoot here, man. I mean, look at this. Oh, by the way, we're about to tap that one-day max on Mentor Q. Again, I don't want to be, too big of an advocate for Mentor Q, but I am a big advocate for Mentor Q. I mean, look at that. This one-day max is a target right now, one spot 1794. So we might even hit it by the time I'm done talking. Call resistance right above that at one spot 18. There's 0 DTE and 0 DTE gamma wall. We blew through that pretty easily. So this has been a pretty bullish move up here. Dollar, you can see across all the currency pairs is currency pairs green, dollar's red. Remember, dollar's in the denominator. The foreign currency here, in this case, because I'm in the U.S., is in the numerator, and that's why it's all green right now. With the euro and yen kind of leading the way here. Yen is actually up 0.65. Other things on the board to keep a look at. We do have the cryptos. They're kind of giving some back. The Ether is giving a little bit back, not much, and the Ripple, we've been talking about Ripple. And remember, some softwares will try to get you to roll ahead of time. So always kind of check both months. I got the July 25 Ether, 152,000 contracts. And I also have the August up, 22,000 contracts. Accidentally rolled that one, and I was like, wait a second, that's not the right volume. So keep an eye on that volume. If it doesn't make sense to you, check the next month or the previous contract month for volume, because that's the markets you guys want to trade. All right. Well, that is the Edge Report. Great morning today. Great guests, great contributors across the board. Looking forward to this afternoon. Me and Shai are going to be doing a hot commodities report as usual, and then Stowe's going to be back with the Order Flow Lab guys to trade the close. Appreciate everybody being here. Appreciate you hitting the subscribe button. It's easy to do. It's free. Doesn't cost you any money. It's not a big hassle. You could just hit that. That would be awesome. We'd greatly appreciate that, along with the like button as well. At the end of the day, though, we're just happy you're here, you're listening, and appreciate everyone's positive support and positive reinforcement in the chat. We will see you at 2:30 East Coast time, and just relax and enjoy your lunch. See you then.